and unintentionally became the target of terrified villagers. Eventually, Professor Xavier offered Kurt a chance to join the ranks of the X-Men, and thus began the story of Kurt Wagner, an outcast to hero to an X-Men named Nightcrawlers. Kurt owes his unique physiology to his parents, Mystique and Azazel, a demon-like mutant who claims to be as old as time. Naturally, Nightcrawler is a force to reckon with, a teleporting mutant who has a knack for combat. But how exactly does he teleport? And although the son of a demonic mutant, this guy is a devout Christian, which also plays an important role as far as his morality is concerned. In this video, we will explore this and everything else about Nightcrawler's anatomy. Let's begin, shall we? Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. Why does this guy fashion the most peculiar blue skin? In the Marvel Universe, where extraordinary powers abound, Nightcrawler stands out as a creature of darkness and mystery. Kurt Wagner possesses a striking appearance that sets him apart from his comrades. While other mutants may sport fangs or wings, Nightcrawler's devilish charm lies in his blue fur-covered physique. So yes, the blue color is not the color of his skin, but a fine fur that coats his skin. Nightcrawler's luscious blue fur isn't a fashion statement to put him in the league of mutants like Apocalypse, Mystique, and the Beast. It grants him a rather sneaky advantage. In the shadows, he has the uncanny ability to almost vanish from sight, leaving only his piercing, glowing eyes to give him away. As if blending into the shadows like a phantom wasn't cool enough, this unique attribute has its roots in the pages of X-Men history. Thanks to the creative minds of Chris Claremont and Dave Cockrum, Nightcrawler discovered his talent for shadow hopping in X-Men number 103. This power has been tied to his teleportation abilities, which only get enhanced because of his fur. Nightcrawler's fur-covered frame not only grants him the distinction of being part of the exclusive club of blue-skinned X-Men, but also sets him apart as the creature of stealth, which others like Beast lack. Just how many reproductive parts does he have? All superhero universes tend to bring in grand twists and turns into reality as if it was some minor plot twist in a movie. And sometimes the theory or rumor that lives on for years ends up becoming canon. One such rumor is about Nightcrawler having reproductive parts that go beyond the norm. It can all be attributed to Chuck Austen, the X-Men writer known for his controversial storyline that pushed the boundaries of mutant mythology. From demonic lineage to potential Antichrist popedom, Austen has left his indelible mark on Nightcrawler's history. But perhaps the most bizarre contribution is the persistent rumor that Nightcrawler possesses not one, but two man parts. It started from an interview where Austen, who was probably joking, revealed a secret about Nightcrawler that only he knew. Drawing a peculiar connection between Nightcrawler's unique digits, 2 fingers on each hand and 2 toes on each foot, Austen playfully suggested the possibility of a similar duplication in Nightcrawler's nether regions. While some dismiss Austen's remark as a jest, the power of perception cannot be underestimated. After all, Nightcrawler himself was long perceived as a demon before it became canon that he indeed hails from the demonic realm. So if the perception persists that Nightcrawler is endowed with double the usual equipment, who's to say that a future X-Men writer won't embrace it as a particular aspect of his mutant anatomy? Does Nightcrawler have any romantic relationships? Can he reproduce? Let's talk about his emotions and feelings. Nightcrawler, the teleporting hero with a heart as big as his fur, has a love life that extends beyond the silver screen. While the movies may have downplayed his romantic side, except for that cringe-worthy Mystique moment, this tailed mutant has a different tale in the comics. Kurt Wagner has wooed both humans and mutants, proving that love knows no boundaries. And yes, that includes a rather unconventional relationship with his foster sister, but hey, we won't hold that against him. This woman was called Amanda Sefton, and their story began with a classic teenage crush as Kurt pinned for Amanda and hoped for a chance to dance with her at prom. But being the self-conscious mutant that he is, Kurt concealed his furry appearance with a pair of gloves. Of course, things took a dramatic turn when interdimensional monsters crashed the party, forcing Kurt to teleport himself and Amanda to safety. It was then that Kurt with a mix of trepidation and hope, revealed his true form to Amanda, and to his surprise, she didn't flinch but instead professed her love for the blue color. Well, there's your silver lining, but that's not all. He has a history with an Avenger. In an alternate reality of Earth 2182, Wanda Maximoff and Nightcrawler embarked on a certain love affair that blossomed into a mutant offspring named Talia Josephine Wagner, who would eventually join the X-Men under the moniker Nocturne. When Nocturne found herself stranded on Earth 616, she formed a deep bond with the Nightcrawler of that reality. Clearly, the father-daughter love sustains through universes. The Nightcrawler-Scarlet Witch romance has even made its way into other mutant iterations. In the animated series, Wolverine and the X-Men, Kurt and Wanda once again find themselves sharing some sexual tension and end up sharing a kiss in the 15th episode. How useful is his tail? Among a streak of strange abilities, Nightcrawler's tail is something extra that sets him apart from the rest. Apart from being something that adds to his devilish fashion statement, it in itself is a force to be reckoned with. With the strength to support his own body weight and lift a grown man off the ground, Nightcrawler's tail is like a superpowered grappling hook. Additionally, Nightcrawler's got some serious balance skills thanks to his tail, helping him pull off jaw-dropping aerial acrobatics that would leave your average superhero green with envy. Was that a Hulk reference? Yes? No? I'll let you decide. And when it comes to combat, he's got some sneaky tricks up his sleeve, or rather, up his tail. He can wrap it around his enemies, tying them up like a pro, or even use it to strike his opponents with swift and unexpected strikes. It's as nimble as a cat's and can be used as a weapon, slicing through the air like a sword or delivering a solid thwack like a blunt object. So this guy can literally perform some tail-end action. Why does he have flexible bones? This teleportation extraordinaire has a bone structure that puts even the most skilled contortionists to shame. With the ability to maintain crouched positions for extended periods and perform jaw-dropping feats of acrobatics, Nightcrawler's spine remains unharmed thanks to his unique bone structure. No, he's not made out of rubber, it's just his bendable bones. But it's not just about being bendy for the sake of it. Nightcrawler's agility is honed through years of circus training and intense danger room drills. He's a master of the nimble arts, twisting and turning with a finesse that shook his opponents. But that's not all. His bones also give him a considerable stealth factor. Nightcrawler's flexible bones allow him to squeeze into tight spaces, becoming a shadowy phantom where others would be stuck. Combine that with his wall-clinging skills, and he's a stealthy superhero who can slip in and out of places like Batman in the depths of Gotham's dark nights. How exactly does he teleport? It was in X-Men Evolution that the truth about Nightcrawler's teleportation emerged. In the episode titled Shadow Dance, Forge invented a device granting Nightcrawler the power to teleport beyond his usual 2-mile limit. Little did our teleporting hero know that his jumps took him through a perilous dimension inhabited by dinosaur-like creatures. But there's a more detailed explanation hidden away in the comics. Marvel Comics picked up the baton with the controversial Draco storyline, penned by the daring Chuck Austin. In the comic, it is revealed that Nightcrawler's true father is none other than Azazel, a demon hailing from the fiery brimstone dimension. Azazel reveals that Nightcrawler and his dimension brethren traverse the brimstone dimension whenever they use their powers. But wait, there's more. And now let's delve into the mechanics of Nightcrawler's teleportation prowess. It's a mind-bending journey as he displaces himself into the brimstone dimension, dances through it, and then gracefully returns to his original dimension as a designated distance. All this occurs in the blink of an eye, leaving Nightcrawler unaware of his interdimensional travels. But how does he navigate this chaotic realm? It's an instinctive sense, an innate direction-finding prowess that guides him effortlessly. No, it's not some psychic power, but a mysterious biochemical, biophysical reaction that he triggers with his remarkable mind. It's similar to migratory birds and fish that use the electromagnetic field of the Earth to reach their destination. However, the teleportation isn't a walk in the park for Nightcrawler. The longer the distance, the harder the jump. Furthermore, Nightcrawler arrives with the same velocity he teleported with, so he can't cheat gravity by teleporting himself to safety mid-fall. How far can Nightcrawler teleport? When it comes to leaping across vast distances, our blue mutant faces certain challenges. Teleporting along the Earth's magnetic field lines from north to south is a breeze for him. But going against the grain, east to west, Well, that's a whole different ballgame. Still under optimal conditions, Nightcrawler can whisk himself some 2 miles east to west and 3 miles north to south. However, going vertical is where things get riskier for him. Battling against the combined forces of electromagnetism and gravity, our teleporter has to push his physical limits. He once soared 1 mile upwards, but it exhausted him quite a bit. But, of course, there have been multiple comics where these limits have been breached manifolds. Even in weakened and near-death states, Nightcrawler once disappeared in Las Vegas and appeared in San Francisco, a whopping 585 miles. He transported himself and the mutant Hope. But that's not all. Nightcrawler upped his game, ditching the bamfs and stretching his teleportation abilities to new limits when he warped a staggering 7,853 miles from Dubai to the Savage Land in Antarctica, and then casually zipped 2,936 miles from Prague to Alcazar in Egypt, with the aid of psionic coordinates skillfully implanted into his mind. Nightcrawler effortlessly jumped from Krakoa, a sentient island in the middle of the Pacific, to the Rub al Khalil in Saudi Arabia. So, quite clearly, Nightcrawler can easily travel between continents. Well, not so easily, but he can. Having said that, his teleportation abilities are more of a weak sauce when you compare them with another Apex teleporter from Marvel, Blink. Now, this girl can not only teleport herself between the moon and Earth, but can also force others to teleport such huge distances all without having to touch them. So even if Juggernaut was charging at her with her berserker rage and full speed, she could just throw him into the emptiness of space and boom, the problem solved, or at least gone. Does he have night vision? Nightcrawler's golden and glowing eyes are more than just a feature that artists use to make him look intimidating. So essentially, there's more to these eyes than meets, well, the eye. Nightcrawler's ocular wonders come with enhanced night vision. Our dashing mutant has remarked that darkness is like high noon to him. So how can he see clearer than the summer's day, or even in pitch black depths? Well, it seems Kurt's connection to the Brimstone dimension and his dear old dad Azazel has left a lasting impact on his mutant physiology. Just like his demonic father, Kurt boasts those captivating yellow eyes, a telltale sign of their shared abilities and characteristics. Is he immortal? Nightcrawler has had a few deadly experiences, and quite literally so. It all started with a sacrificial act of heroism. Kurt, our devout Catholic mutant, gave his all to save the special child known as Hope Summers, a mutant of great value and powers. With Bastion hot on their heels, Kurt's efforts led to his death with a piercing arm through Kurt's chest. Yet he managed to whisk Hope away to safety before succumbing to his injury. Naturally, this ultimate act of selflessness brought him to heaven. However, there's no rest for the wicked, or in this case, the virtuous. In heaven, Kurt was visited by his less than stellar dad Azazel. Azazel managed to launch an attack on heaven itself, disrupting Kurt's celestial peace. In order to stop this assault, Kurt made a deal with the devil, so to speak. He gave up his eternal rest in heaven and allowed himself to be resurrected, trading his soul for immortality, which basically made him someone who left heaven on their own accord, and thereby become a soulless immortal. But that's not the end of Nightcrawler's wild ride through life and death. In another resurrection story, Kurt found himself caught between the realms in a way station. There, he encountered his longtime love, Amanda Sefton, who reminded him of his unfinished business on Earth. With a renewed sense of purpose, Nightcrawler embraced the gift of life once more, only to realize that death had given him a newfound appreciation for the wonders of existence. And as if 2 resurrections weren't enough, Nightcrawler found himself on another otherworldly journey in the House of X. Alongside his mutant comrades, he faced Mother Mold Sentinel, and as always, he sacrificed himself for the greater good. But the X-Men used the resurrection protocols of Krakoa, and thanks to it, Nightcrawler returned from the abyss. This guy basically used death as an intermission where he could charge himself up for the next act. What are his weaknesses? Nightcrawler may possess extraordinary abilities, but let's not forget that he's still vulnerable to the pitfalls of human frailty. Diseases and injuries can strike our hero just like any ordinary mere mortal soul. Here's the kicker. Being a Nephim, Angel's Blood, the stuff that works wonders for everyone else actually adds insult to his injuries. So while Nightcrawler can teleport and dazzle us with his agility, he's not invincible. So basically, even superheroes have their Achilles heel, and why not? When Kryptonite can kill Superman, everyone else is bound to have weaknesses. Marvelous verdict. In conclusion, delving into Nightcrawler's anatomy reveals a fascinating blend of mutant striking appearance with blue skin, pointed ears, fangs, and a tail to his teleportation powers rooted in the Brimstone dimension. Nightcrawler is a unique and captivating character. Despite his physical attributes and extraordinary powers, he remains vulnerable to injury and illness. Through his journey from a rejected outcast to a heroic member of the X-Men, Nightcrawler's story exemplifies resilience and the power of embracing one's true self. And that's more or less the reason why he became a fan favorite almost as soon as he was introduced. And if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. Have a good one and be safe. Thanks, everyone.
This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by Warframe.
Don't miss Warframe's highly anticipated digital event, TennoCon, on July 16th, where players and attendees will be treated to a slew of first-look reveals, including the upcoming open-world expansion, the Duviri Paradox.
You can join through Twitch throughout TennoCon for highly valuable drops, including the rare Titania Prime.
Wiz, what are you doing in here? It's our day off.
Oh, just conducting some research. I've discovered a Tenno foundry in the process of crafting a new Warframe. Just about wrapped. What are you doing here?
Sometimes I have these horrible nightmares and I just wake up here in a cold sweat. I don't even think my car's in the parking lot. But what you're doing sounds way more interesting. So tell me, what Warframe's your favorite?
Oh, a scientist doesn't play favorites.
Oh, bullshit. Our job is the equivalent of banging action figures together. You've got to have a favorite.
Fine, if I had to pick, I'd go with the very first Warframe ever created, the death-dealing techno-organic ninja Excalibur.
You mean he's a cyborg ninja? Like Raiden from Metal Gear?
What? No, they're not technically cyborgs. More like superpowered biomechanical vessels that are unlike anything I've ever seen. Trust me, this is gonna get crazy, so spoilers ahead.
Yeah, just give me the lore already, Wiz.
Long ago in the Origin system, the Orokin Empire discovered the Void, an extra-dimensional spatial realm that allowed for travel across vast cosmic distances. However, when they sent the first colony ship through it, the Zeramin 10-0, the Void drove all the adults on board into an insane, murderous frenzy.
Sounds like my first wedding reception.
Okay. The children, though, absorbed the Void's energies, imbuing them with the powers they needed to defend themselves against their mad parents and survive. When the Zeramin 10-0 emerged from the Void, the children were permanently changed. They had become the Tenno.
Well, I'm sure those traumatized little whippersnappers received only the best of care.
If only. Instead, the Tenno were taught to use their Void powers to control Warframes through a process called transference. But their abilities were so powerful that the Orokin grew to fear the Tenno and tried to have them destroyed. The Tenno were hidden from the Orokin and put into a deep sleep. That is, until one day, they were reawakened to defend a war-torn Origin system, guided by their adoptive mother, the Lotus.
So they're basically sci-fi child soldiers.
Sort of. Though the Lotus does care deeply for her adopted children and has devoted her efforts to protecting as many Tenno as possible. There are almost 50 different Warframes currently out there, each with their own unique abilities and combat styles. But I think that the very first created, Excalibur, is the deadliest.
He's kinda reminded me of someone.
A master swordsman with his razor-sharp skana, Excalibur is an expert at racking up quick kills faster than the eye can track. He's unmatched in skill and precision with a blade, especially when augmented by his unique abilities, like Radial Blind, which releases a flash of light to incapacitate nearby foes, or Radial Javelin, which blasts out a wide burst of energy spears. But his greatest and most iconic is easily the Exalted Blade, a sword of light that can slice just about anything to pieces. You don't get much cooler than that.
Huge-ass laser guns, Wiz. Huge-ass laser guns automatically make you cooler.
Funny you should say that. While individual Warframes like Excalibur may specialize in certain fields, they all have access to an incredible suite of futuristic weaponry, like the Nucor. Can fire concentrated microwaves, literally cooking you from the inside out. Or the Glaxian, which halts molecular vibrations entirely, freezing you in place. There are guns that fire radioactive plasma, toxic barbs, or even acidic needles. He has, and I'm not exaggerating here, over 500 different weapons.
Man, he sounds like a one-man army.
Oh, you think that's crazy? Excalibur can hold out an Archwing, basically a futuristic space jetpack with missiles, force fields, and even the ability to fire miniature black holes.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty powerful.
While Warframes usually battle alongside one another, they have had the occasional head-to-head scrap, where they've exhibited the durability to survive even the most powerful attacks that other Warframes have to dish out. For example, blasts of concentrated antimatter from the Warframe Nova.
Sounds pretty unstoppable, but I think I have someone in mind that might put that to the test.
Okay, do you really want to talk about Raiden? Is that what this is?
Come on, Wiz. Child soul. How to kill. And he proved it when he accomplished one of the greatest feats in video game history, surviving the absolute mindfuck that was Metal Gear Solid 2. Legions of angry fanboys be damned. Solid Snake was yesterday's news. This was Raiden. Birthday suit and all.
Too bad for him that a shadowy extra-governmental body known as the Patriots captured him and turned him into a cyborg for their own complicated purposes. Even after the Patriots' downfall, Raiden struggled to build a life that he could call his own, pulled between his sense of justice and his genuine ecstasy for war.
Well, at least he's got to put his weed skills to work with the weapons he's pulled off the corpses of all the poor souls that dared mess with him. He's got Dystopia, a magnetic sigh that pulls you towards your enemy, or L'Étranger.
Wow, I think you actually said that right.
Which is a convertible staff/whip combination made of arms. Plus rocket launchers, claymore mines, EMP grenades, and all his stuff from MGS2. But nothing beats his high-frequency blade he inherited from Jetstream Sam, the Murasama.
I have to admit, the high-frequency blades are marvels. They vibrate at such high speeds that they can destabilize the physical structures of metals in contact, greatly increasing their cutting ability. It's basically robot kryptonite, if that makes sense.
Even with his original high-frequency blade, Raiden could cut through massive Metal Gears like tissue paper.
And of note, those Metal Gears were not made of ordinary steel, but carbon nanotubes, one of the strongest materials known to man. The bonds between carbon atoms are incredibly strong, which means that the tensile strength of carbon nanotubes is greater than even the toughest metals, like titanium. Using the high end of potential shear strengths, slicing clean through a building-sized Metal Gear ray would require an energy equivalent to, at most, 100 kilotons of TNT.
And the Murasama is red, which makes it even cuttier. How else would he have had a chance against our Lord and Savior, Senator Armstrong, and his nanomachines, son? Unlike those Beltway pansies, this hulked-out Ayn Rand can hit the ground so hard it splits lava. He was somehow a vastly more difficult boss than the stadium-sized Metal Gear Excelsis Raiden tore to shreds minutes earlier. Don't F with this, Senator.
That is, unless your nickname is Jack the Ripper.
Raiden spent years fighting for justice and denying who he really was inside. And it took his battles with Desperado enforcement to finally realize it. He's a killer, plain and simple, and he lives to test his skills against others.
When he enters Ripper mode, any last shred of inhibition leaves his body, and his strength and skill skyrocket.
And that's exactly what Armstrong saw in Raiden. Living proof of his philosophy in action. Someone who pulled themselves out of hell with nothing but their determination to survive.
But Raiden did not see it that way. Just because he had to fight for survival doesn't mean the whole world had to. And it was only through an act of generosity from Raiden's slain rival, Sam, that he managed to win.
His sword may have been a tool of justice, not used in anger, but the Murasama wasn't that sword. And with it, he ended Armstrong once and for all, and lived the rest of his life on his own terms. Look, I know we're just shooting the shit, but Raiden would definitely kick Excalibur's ass.
You've got to be joking. Maybe I didn't sell it well enough with my spiel, but Warframes like Excalibur are unbelievably powerful, on a whole other level from cyborg ninjas like Raiden.
Oh yeah? We're in the lab, we've got the research done, Prove it.
Okay, the Mursama is impressive, sure, but Excalibur's futuristic arsenal is hundreds of years more advanced and leagues more varied. Raiden would just be overwhelmed.
Excalibur may win in quantity, Wiz, but quality is what matters most. And considering his weapons are mostly made of metal, it won't be any trouble for Raiden to melt right through him with the Murasama, especially with how crazy fast he is. Raiden can run up walls and break dance with leggy, mooing robots attached to his feet. He can slice bullets out of the air and even boost his reactions with Blade Mode, where the entire world slows down to a near stop.
Well, sure, Metal Gear characters like Revolver Ocelot can shoot bolts of electricity out of the air with regular pistols, which is probably around hundreds of times faster than sound. I guess that counts as fast.
Oh, please, that's nothing! Raiden can increase his perception to the point that raindrops around him aren't even moving. That might not seem as crazy at first glance, but he's also able to swing his sword dozens of times, while time is almost stopped. By my calculations, that'd be about 11% the speed of light.
Oh, is this happening? Is this actually happening? You want a calc off, big guy? Then let's go. Excalibur can literally block a beam of light with his sword. Judging by the distance it moved relative to how far the light beam traveled, Excalibur had to have been swinging at 9% the speed of light.
Calc King dethroned. Look at me. I'm the math boy now.
Look, speed is only part of the picture. Another Warframe, Atlas, was strong enough to smash apart a giant asteroid. Now, Excalibur may not be one-punching asteroids, but he's proven more than capable of wiping out entire platoons of elite soldiers.
But remember, Wiz, you said it yourself. Robot Kryptonite. All old Jack needs is one good swing of that Murasama, and Excalibur's getting sliced to pieces. You really think your Warframe can take on a pure-blooded killer like Raiden?
Oh, you really think your cyborg ninja can take on a ghost soldier from the future?
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Forever a mystery.
No way to determine a winner.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh yeah, I could definitely go for a beer right now.
No, you idiot. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way.
Oh, yeah! It's time for a death battle! This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by Warframe, but let me ask, Wiz, what is Warframe exactly?
Warframe is a free-to-play online action game set in an ever-changing sci-fi universe with a passionate community of more than 70 million registered players worldwide.
That sounds awesome! What's it about?
You play as the Tenno, an enigmatic race of ancient warriors capable of tremendous agility, speed, and superpowered abilities. Wield an arsenal of more than 600 weapons, including blades, guns, and more.
That sure sounds like a Tenno fun, eh, Wiz?
Please stop. You follow an epic cinematic quest that combines a personal story of self-discovery with an action-packed space opera. Embark on missions that involve ninja-like acrobatic shooting and melee, personal spaceflight, open-world exploration, collaborative spaceship combat, and more.
If that sounds exciting to you, Warframe is available on all platforms. Play Warframe for free today on all platforms by using our sign-up link below.
Digital Extremes is giving Death Battle viewers their very own free collection of Excalibur-themed items. Until July 19th, go to warframe.com or visit the in-game marketplace
The
and
fuck
use
is
promo code
this?
WF Death Battle to redeem it. The Death Battle Excalibur item collection includes a special Excalibur helmet, deadly powerful weapons, and more. Everything you need to personalize your in-game Excalibur and unleash his lethal ninja prowess on the battlefield.
Yeah, I know it's essentially a self-revive kit, but like, why? Did it take it? No, because I'm full.
Doctor, are you seeing this?
Tenno, an enemy is ahead, and that foundry is crafting a warframe.
Straight to the point. Metal freaks like you usually got a monologue first.
His sword, it's weakening yours.
I need something lightweight.
Infinite ammo.
I know it has a lot of ammo, but damn. Don't.
Yes, I'm in! Mr. Raiden, sir, or can I call you Jack? Big fan.
I'm busy here!
Wait, just listen! You'll never expect your secret weapon.
Alright, listen, he's definitely hiding in the cardboard box.
Get out of here!
Doctor, it's time to let her rip! This is why I fight! Survival of the fittest! The rules of nature!
My child, you're not done yet. I'm searching your Warframe's power systems. Excellent work, Tenno. Now for the Foundry. Oh, it's finished.
KO! Chalk one up for the Calc King. The Math Boy is back.
Oh, infinite ammo, Wiz! He had infinite ammo!
Sure, and yes, that is 100% indisputably canon, but there was a lot more going on here that eventually gave Excalibur the win.
I guess so. Both were super skilled swordsmen and ninja, and their speeds were almost even. So the fight was ultimately gonna come down to whose tech was better. And I've gotta say, it looks like Excalibur just had a lot more to pull from.
Warframes have access to an absolutely absurd amount of varied weapons. Despite Raiden's unique armaments, they were never going to stack up in sheer quantity. And consider specific guns like Galaxian, which can halt molecular movement, a direct counter to Raiden's high-efficiency blade. While Excalibur may not always be carried, every Warframe is proficient with each of their over 500 weapons.
One blast of that, and Raiden might as well be working with a regular slab of steel. Excalibur was way stronger too. Sure, Raiden could cut through giant Metal Gear rays made of carbon nanotubes, generating up to 100 kilotons of TNT.
But not as much as Excalibur. Another Warframe, Atlas, was strong enough to smash apart a giant asteroid, meaning it would have to be at least 6 kilometers across, just like the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaur. Now, Atlas did not completely energy by exploiting fission's he was able to pulverize it to dust.
That means his punch had to hit with an energy of at least 46 gigatons of TNT. Sure, in canon, Atlas is stronger than Excalibur, but they fought and defeated similar enemies, so Excalibur would naturally have to be somewhere in Atlas's ballpark. Even if Excalibur only possessed 1% of Atlas's strength, he'd still be nearly 4,000 times stronger than Raiden. That's pretty consistent with the energy output of Nova's antimatter blast, too. Warframes are just that tough.
Furthermore, even with the high-frequency blade's unique vibrating ability, it cannot cut through everything. Raiden's original blade actually shattered against Armstrong's super hard skin and required the stronger Murasama to finish the job. Against a foe vastly more durable than anyone Raiden's ever faced, it's unlikely the Murasama would score a kill in time.
Even if Raiden got enough hits in to break Excalibur's shields and eventually land a fatal blow, the Tenno operator piloting would still survive unharmed.
Raiden put up a valiant effort, but Excalibur's absurd arsenal, impressive durability, and raw power put an end to the silver-haired swordsman.
Excalibur had the metal and the gear to make Jack R.I.P.
The winner is Excalibur. Told you so. Thanks for watching, and thanks to Warframe for sponsoring this battle. Quick disclaimer, Digital Extremes and the Warframe team did not dictate the victor of this episode, nor even the matchup. They were fine with it going either way, and we wouldn't have accepted the sponsorship otherwise. So we're really thankful to them for understanding this show. Remember, you can get a free collection of Excalibur-themed goodies from Warframe.com or the in-game marketplace with the promo code WF life-death-battle. Don't miss out on TennoCon, July 16th.
I'm Jocelyn, and I've been promoted. I'm about to do all the research nobody else wants to, straight from the desk of Death Battle!
Alright, so people have been begging me to stay and watch a pimp named Slipback funny moments from Boondocks. Now, I have no Boondocks experience.
By
except for
operator
one Uncle
doesn't mean
Ruckus
like just
video that I
anyone.
watched that'll definitely get me canceled at some point. I've seen people saying that I'm racist for watching this and only black people react to Uncle Ruckus, which I thought was hilarious. But also, it did not hit the 10,000 like goal. It is sitting right now at 9,000 likes, so if you want me to watch the next Uncle Ruckus compilation, you have to like that one. This is just general Boondock shenanigans. People told me to watch this pit thing Slipback video. Let's just jump right into it and not get me canceled. I'm excited for more dumb takes. Do the dumb cancelable takes in the comments, please.
My name is a pimp named Slickback,
Oh my god, dude.
and I believe I may have misplaced some merchandise at this residence.
He's a pimp and he misplaced merchandise. I wonder what merchandise he's talking about.
There she is.
No, that was his merchandise. I was just joking, but I guess Boondocks really is wild, isn't it?
Bitch, I hope you got the monies to cover this little vacation you've been taking.
Now hold up, Slickback.
No, that's a pimp named Slickback.
That's what I said, Slickback.
No, it's a pimp named Slickback. Like a Tribe Called Quest. You say the whole thing. A pimp named Slickback.
Can we call you Slickback for short?
No, I'm a pimp
Oh,
named...
no. Editor, you censor every time something like that happens, okay? I got the last one age restricted. I do not want it happening again, please.
Slickback.
Crystal, who is this person?
Are you deaf? I'm a pimp named Slick... Come on, bitch.
It's like, I love how he had to ask. It's like the obvious hooker that's in his house. It's like, the pimp named Slipback is here for you. Who are you? Like, what do you want to know? Her degree? Obviously, she don't got one.
Now.
A pimp named Slipback. Could I please have a minute?
A minute? Let us pray the pimp's prayer.
I love this guy. What the frick?
Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch and guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord.
Oh my god! What is that first one? They'll be like, yeah, this is a disgusting thing about society. Now we're gonna make a character that has all of these vile traits, but we're gonna make them fun and likable.
So that she might learn a whole place. Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
Oh no, don't learn from him! Oh my god, may the Lord guide this hand to teach the hoe her place. Amen.
Damn, Indiana Jenkins. I didn't know we were still whooping niggas. Fine. Bitch, you got 45 seconds and I'm leaving. 44. 43. 42. Time's up, bitch. I am leaving.
No, Daddy, wait! Wait!
Oh my god.
Wait!
She'll be back.
Thing I learned
Oh, he knows! He knows!
though.
Come back. Wait. Run, bitch, run.
Bro, he training them like Pokemon.
She sure can run in those heels. I can't go to school. I can't get no real.
Oh, I can't go to school. I can't get no real job. Chasing. Oh my god.
Mr. Dubois, my name is a pimp named Slickback, and this, sir, is an intervention.
An intervention?
Your friends have reason to believe that you are suffering from chronic bitch dependency, Mr. Dubois. May I call you Tom?
Is this some kind of joke?
But they literally called the pimp as a therapist. Oh my god, Boondocks is just freaking out there.
So you see, my dearest Riley, it is this instinctive and burning need to procreate between a man and a bitch that not only keeps the
Man does not drop character for a second.
human race going, but also fuels many important industries, such as my very own.
So what do you think
Supports the human race and also the porn industry.
about homies over hoes?
Is that something at Denny's? I don't know what that is.
Homies.
Tom, bitch dependency is no laughing matter.
Oh my god, dude!
Addiction to a bitch can fuck with your friends, your health, and scary enough, even your
Even Sneeko.
money. It's a disease, Tom.
Wait, what was your name again?
Well, thank you for asking. My name, homies over hoes, is a sentiment that a pimp named Slickback can co-sign, Riley. I mean, don't get me wrong. A pimp named Slickback will put a lot of things
Not
on.
only is his name absurdly long, you have to include a title every time, but he refers to himself in third person. Why?
Over a hoe. Money over a hoe, always. Brand
Money of a hoe. Oh, this is the life lessons we want our kids to be taught.
new gators over a hoe, absolutely.
Oh my God, stop it.
A turkey sandwich with just tomato, guaranteed. But
Okay, turkey sandwiches are highly overrated. Turkey is absurdly dry and should not be considered a steak.
homies, oh no. A pimp named Slickback don't do shit for the homies. Let me reiterate, don't do shit for the homies. Unless the homie wanna walk that shit
again.
Well, thank you for asking. My name is a pimp named Slickback.
Wait, a pimp?
Name Slickback, yes. Please say the whole thing if you would. Yes, that includes the a pimp named part. Yes, Tom, every time.
Look, Mr. A Pimp named Slickback.
No need for the mister.
I don't think I need any help from someone like you.
And by someone like me, you mean a pimp? A bad guy? Huh?
Look, I'm not trying to insult you. I just don't approve of what you people do to women.
Caution has gone out of your marriage, and perhaps you're not providing enough excitement. It's a normal thing in long-term relationships.
And you can
Yeah, getting marriage advice from a pimp named Slickback.
help me fix it?
Hell no, I'm gonna help you make that bitch behave. She wants excitement, she can...
We're gonna make the bitch babe. Oh my God, he really is the I can fix it mentality. Bro, I've trained many Pokemon. I need women. Gotta catch them is my real test. But to train them, that's my call.
Take her ass to the movie. Oh, so I'm wrong. So I'm messed up. Well, which one of us is the one missing a bitch, Tom? You don't see me?
Oh my God, dude. I'm messed up. Well, I'm of questionable morality. What a joke. If that's the case.
Running around looking for a bitch. I know where all my bitches are, thank you very much. Bitch, where you at?
I'm out here getting your money.
That's what the hell I thought. Thank you, Grandma. Now look.
Thank you, Grandma. Dude does not stop the grind. This dude is just the ultimate Tate. I feel like Andrew Tate just based his entire mentality off this pipe. Dude, I have not seen the books. I've seen clips, pieces, maybe one episode a while ago. Uncle Ruckus, Pimp named Slickback, and I am in love with it. This show is just, it's genius. It's genius. It takes all the most unlikable character traits and characterizes and bastardizes them to an extent that they actually create characters that I like. It's a brilliant, brilliant commentary.
Look at you, bitchless. Sound beach, as the French in France would say. Surveillance center.
Why does a pimp need a surveillance center?
Included in your retainer fee is state-of-the-art bitch surveillance. Quiet Storm here has been monitoring your wife's conversations and emails.
Daddy, I've got transcripts of all the conversations.
Daddy, I have transcripts of all the conversations. Bro, we need a pimp named Slickback in, like, all the modern Marvel movies. What do you think? Do you think a pimp named Slickback would fit in really well in the new Captain Marvel? I feel like Captain Marvel would just be enhanced with the character.
No mention of Usher. I'm hacking into her email now, but this computer is running a bit slow. Perhaps if we didn't have dial-up.
Bitch, don't start with that we need another computer shit again. You say...
Oh my God, dude! Oh my God! Can someone please do like an improved MCU? Just replace Nick Fury with a big pimp named Slickback? Oh, he just slapped her. What did you just see?
Say that shit every time a new iMac comes out. You ain't slick. You better make that keyboard work, bitch, and stop playing with me.
Yes, Daddy.
Did you know that?
Yes, Daddy. I'm dying.
At least 75%
Why does this not get old? You think it would get old, but no.
of bitches suffer from some kind of hearing loss. This alarming statistic means that more likely than not, talking isn't the most effective way to communicate with a bitch. That's when you have to hit her.
Whoa.
Nah.
What?
You tell her what you want her to do. If she say no, hit the bitch. Simple.
But I couldn't hit Sarah. I couldn't hit any woman.
Has not hitting the bitch been working? I mean,
Oh my God, this man, he just lays out the ironclad reasoning.
scientifically speaking, has not hitting the bitch achieved the desired results?
No way. I can't. I couldn't.
Tom,
I won't.
Tom, take a deep breath. It's okay.
Dude,
People
this
have...
is history's worst therapist.
have phobias. Some niggas can't cross bridges. You can't go upside a bitch's head. Okay, we can beat this.
Oh my god! This is wild!
Hello.
Taboo will be playing the role of your wife. Now, approach Tab, grab her arm firmly, and command her to leave with you.
Okay. Sarah, get your behind.
Stop. Say bitch.
Do I have to call her a bitch, really?
Yes, Tom, you have to call her a bitch. Trust me.
This is anti-politically correct.
Me on this one. I've done the research. Now try again. There's no problem hitting you.
All right, ladies. Okay, look out.
You're definitely allowed by law to hit her now, Tom. It's self-defense.
Okay?
Sweetest Taboo, you are in rare form.
That was sad. That was sheer and utter.
Like, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch. Stay weird, fam.
Ghost Rider Anatomy Explored, diving into the physiological details of one of Marvel's deadliest. Imagine you hear the rumbling sound of a motorcycle engine. You turn and you see this entity with a flaming skull, fully clad in leather, speeding on the vehicle towards you. Right, it's too obvious and too dramatic for an introduction, but the overall picture it paints is one of Marvel's deadliest, funniest, and even most dramatic, the Ghost Rider. Now, this guy is not someone to mess with, as this is not your ordinary superhero. He tackled Zarathos, one of the most notorious demons, and went on to live his adventures whilst keeping him concise within his mind. Now, the power to control all of that is deeply rooted in his strong anatomy. In this video, we will explore the anatomical intricacies of Ghost Rider that aid him in battling demons, saving the world, and even grappling with his own inner demons. So without further ado, let's get started. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. The origin of this deadly superhero. The OG Ghost Rider first made his debut in 1972 when a helpless Johnny Blaze sold his soul to a manipulative demon named Mephisto and ended up cursed to ride all millennia with the spirit of vengeance in him. Mephisto infused the spirit of Zarathos in him to control his soul and manipulate it to do his dirty work. Unfortunately, none of it panned out the way he wanted. Now, Johnny Boy is one of the best guys to ever exist. He had never done any harm in his life, so when the curse befell him, his inherent good nature counteracted Mephisto's plans to collect more souls by duping gullible people to enact vengeance. Johnny Blaze finds a way not to give in to the evil demon Zarathos, speaking inside his head, and protects the innocent from conspiracies of the supernatural forces. Although Johnny Blaze is the prime Ghost Rider in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there are mentions of other individuals to hold down the post of Ghost Rider. In general, post-transformation, as impressive as that is, he is a pretty complex character who struggles with the duality of his powers. On one hand, he's a force for good who fights against evil and protects the innocent. On the other hand, he's also a vengeance-seeking vigilante who punishes wrongdoers with extreme brutality. What is the blazing fire surrounding the body of the Ghost Rider? Somewhat uniquely, that blazing fire that surrounds the body of Ghost Rider is actually a manifestation of his supernatural powers, specifically his control over the ethereal hellfire. Although it's believed that the hosts of this mystical fire are the agents of hell, in reality, they're originally the emissaries of heaven. Now, this hellfire is a type of magical fire that comes from the very depths of the underworld and garners immense power to fuel the Ghost Rider's invincible anatomy. When Johnny Blaze transforms into Ghost Rider, his body is engulfed in the mystical flames of hellfire, which not only grants him enhanced strength, speed, and endurance, but also serves as a protective shield against harm. This deadly entity lives, breathes, controls, and manipulates fire almost like a dragon, but cooler, because in addition, Ghost Rider can also use the flames as a weapon to burn his enemies, and can even create different weapons out of the flames, with his chain being the most commonly used. But that's not all. As we've learned from the Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance film, Ghost Rider has a variety of fire-related parlor tricks up his sleeve. He can shoot hellfire from his eyes, hands, mouth. He can even leak fire. Do you know what I'm saying? It's funny, right? And if that weren't enough, the Ghost Rider can also rain down firestorms from above, creating massive explosions and even burn underwater with its help. It's important to note that hellfire is not just any lame ordinary fire. It is infernal pyrokinesis, which means it has the power to burn a person's soul in addition to their physical body just with a simple touch. This makes Ghost Rider an even more fearsome superhero, as he can strike his enemies not just on a physical level, but on a spiritual one as well. The guy can barbecue an entire buffet with just a tap of his finger. How strong is the Ghost Rider's physiology? Okay, so it's hardly breaking news to say that this entity can pack one hell of a punch. Ghost Rider's physiology is a really intriguing mix of supernatural and human elements, making him a fascinatingly unique and powerful character to follow through the Marvel Universe. As a host to the Spirit of Vengeance, he gains incredible strength, durability, and other abilities that set him apart from normal humans, and as the official handbook of the Marvel Universe dictates, Ghost Rider can lift up to 25 tons under normal circumstances. However, when the spirit takes control, there is no limit to how strong Ghost Rider can be. His strength is godlike, and he can lift far in excess of 100 tons at ease, which makes him one of the most powerful characters to exist. This guy can easily channel Thor, Hulkian levels of strength, and in addition to his strength, Ghost Rider's skin is hot, be highly durable and resistant to almost all physical damage with weapons, intense cold, or any form of powerful energy. At points, he even dueled against the Hulk and come to a total standstill, which should demonstrate just how tough Ghost Rider is. I mean, he even brought an entire tower down on Hulk just by swiveling that chain of his around, which is really brutal. And if that weren't enough, Ghost Rider also has the unusual superhuman speed, agility, and reflexes, making him a difficult target to hit in. He's able to move at incredible speeds, jump big distances, and perform acrobatic feats with total ease. It's very important to note, though, that Ghost Rider's powers are fueled by his rage and desire for vengeance. Powerful fully takes over him, he becomes too consumed by his anger and loses control. This has been explored in various storylines where his allies have to find a way to calm him down, or else risk him causing destruction and chaos. He also has insane regenerative abilities. This guy is unbelievable. Inhabiting the Spirit of Vengeance allows him to quick access to immortality and agelessness, which is the very core of the Ghost Rider's powers. Apart from possessing incredible regenerative abilities that allow him to quickly heal from injuries that would be lethally fatal, one of Ghost Rider's most notable abilities is his capacity to heal from literally any wound, no matter how severe it is, be it gunshots, burns, even decapitation. In fact, Ghost Rider has been shown to heal injuries that would fail other powerful superheroes, such as Wolverine, and again, even the Hulk. Although Wolverine can only regenerate his severed limbs with great pain, Ghost Rider can grow back entire body parts in a matter of seconds, depending on the severity of the wound. This allows him a quick recovery and resume fighting when he's in battles, as shown in the legend of Sleepy Hollow when the Ghost Rider's head was blown into liquid. Furthermore, Ghost Rider's regenerative abilities are not limited to just physical wounds. He can also heal from mental and emotional trauma, such as the effects of mind control or psychic attacks. Now, seeing that he literally jumps back into the in seconds, there's no counterattack to his ability, which makes this hero incredibly difficult and seemingly frustrates all of his opponents. Obviously, the foundation of these insane regenerative powers is most likely tied to his supernatural abilities, so the only way to put a dent in this guy is to leave him forged in heaven. How How does the Ghost Rider make use of Hellfire? As mentioned before, the Ghost Rider has the ability to wield Hellfire, a mystical flame that is said to burn the very soul of an individual instead of their body. Now, this Hellfire is the very fuel of the Ghost Rider's powers, as he can literally forge weapons to use against his supernatural using this mystical flame. Apart from the usual forging of bullets, knives, and firearms, the most common example of a weapon you've seen him wrap around his enemy's necks, almost with a bit of pizzazz. Be it demons, spirits, or even other powerful superheroes. Our Ghost Rider is capable of wreaking with the help of Hellfire. Another way that the Ghost Rider can make use of the Hellfire is as a means of transportation, where he is able to channel Hellfire through his motorcycle, allowing him to travel at incredible speeds and cross over into other dimensions. At one point, we even witness him driving tractors and cars while channeling the Hellfire in order to save people. In addition, Ghost Rider can also use this Hellfire to heal himself or others using its mystic flames, which are said to have powerful restorative properties and injuries. However, this ability is limited to those who haven't been fully consumed by evil or corruption. Although the Hellfire is a versatile, all-rounder source of power for the Ghost Rider, he primarily uses it as the true powers of his eyes. With one look at the blazing eyes of the Ghost Rider, you'll be driven insane, and not in a good way. This unique ability is called the Penance Stare, and is definitely the magnum opus of the Ghost Rider's abilities and powers. It allows him to make an individual feel all the pain and suffering they have inflicted upon others throughout their entire life, causing them to experience agony and guilt of eternity. Through the penance of stare, he can also evaluate if the person he is looking into or if they have committed any sins. He can unleash the penance stare with just a single glance of the person's eye, which is proven to drive its recipient right over the edge insane, or permanently blind. Fire burns their eyeballs, or at the very worst, they end up dead. This weapon even brought down Galactus, the devourer of worlds, who was left crumpled on the ground after the Ghost Rider simply looked into his eyes. He will cause other countless souls for eons. The grandest scenes ever witnessed in the history of superhero cartoons. But this incredibly powerful ability does not seem to have the same effect on everyone, as there are a few individuals who seem to be immune to it. Deadpool, for example, feel absolutely no remorse for their actions. Overall, the Penance Stare is a defining aspect of the Ghost Rider's character, and it sets him apart from many other superheroes. It's a testament to his otherworldly powers and his unwavering sense of justice, as he strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies and serves a warning to those who dare to kill him. Whether Ghost Rider uses the stare to look into the souls of his enemies, to blind them with his light, or to intimidate and control them with hypnotic gaze, those eyes are a formidable weapon. Does the Ghost Rider have any powers in his human form? This topic is a little bit dicey and debatable, but in his human form, Johnny Blaze, the original Ghost Rider, doesn't possess any supernatural powers as such. He's a skilled motorcycle stuntman, but his abilities are purely physical and don't stem from any mystical or otherworldly source. To the point, Johnny Blaze as a human host is like the Ghost Rider's ultimate weakness, as he constantly tugs with the spirit of vengeance and holds him back from going full blazing wild. In a way, is also his superpower, as Johnny Blaze's massive grip on Zarathos works as a dampener and prevents him from going on an all-out vengeance spree, murdering every universe of souls. When World War Hulk completely demolished the Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze went all weak, allowing Zarathos to take charge and practically the floors of Hulk. That's examples of how immensely unstoppable and deadly this dude is. But it's worth noting that although the Ghost Rider might be fueled by the powers of the spirit of vengeance, he's really driven by Blaze's conscience and mind. It's that added empathy from Johnny's soul that still retains his human essence. It really makes the Ghost Rider a true superhero, because when you think about it, without Blaze's conscience and control over his mind, Ghost Rider would only be another powerful villain, needing the As the Ghost Rider control his transformation. When Johnny Blaze first transformed into the Ghost Rider, he had no control over it. But as the years went by, his ability to control it improved, and gradually he has shown an ability to control it to some extent, aside from the part where he can fully control his spirit of vengeance. While he's often depicted as transforming involuntarily when he's in the presence of evil or danger, there have been instances where he has intentionally transformed in order to use his powers to help others. In some comic book storylines, Johnny Blaze is able to transform into the Ghost Rider at will, allowing him to harness his supernatural abilities whenever he chooses. While other storylines depict his voluntary transformation hinted by external factors. For reference, we can go back to that particular comic book story arc of the raging battle between Ghost Rider and World War Hulk, when Johnny lost control while trying to fight Hulk. The spirit of vengeance was coming into Hulk wasn't guilty, but it was at one point, Doctor Strange considered Johnny Blaze as a fail-safe spirit of vengeance from wreaking havoc on the Earth's bed, because, as mentioned before, Blaze is what limits the Ghost Rider from becoming an unstoppable and uncontrollable force of nature. Overall, while Johnny Blaze may not have complete control over the transformation into the Ghost Rider, he has demonstrated an ability to harness the powers when he needs them most, and he's able to turn when the situation demands it. Can the Ghost Rider reproduce? Okay, so for this particular topic, we're gonna need a little backstory. Johnny Blaze was free from the clutches of Zarathos for a brief period of time when a soulless entity named Centurius, the herald of Mephisto, trapped Johnny Blaze in the Crystal of Souls, thus leaving the body of Ghost Rider soulless and burning out. When a flailing Zarathos used the last of his abilities to shatter the crystal, Johnny's soul was ultimately rid of the curse as it dissolved his bond with the spirit of vengeance, allowing him access to a normal life again. Now, with the burden of his curse vanquished, Johnny was reunited with the love of his life, Roxanne, and proposed to her. They got married and had 2 beautiful children named Emma and Craig. Apparently, they even ran a circus of their own, but of course, it was run down by many supernatural entities. Sometime later, after Johnny had come across Danny Ketch, the other unique Ghost Rider, his children passed away as consequence of a supernatural attack. Given his past, no matter how hard he tried to run from it, eventually his past was going to catch up to him. And unfortunately, it was his children who got in the way of the crossfire. Ultimately, it remains unclear and debatable if the Ghost Rider can reproduce in the biological way, as he's inhibited by the spirit of vengeance, and so he doesn't really have all the parts that you need. Not to mention the part where the blazing hellfire can turn everyone into ashes. But it's also worth noting that the Ghost Rider comics have showcased a certain story arc where Ghost Rider is trying to rush a wounded child to the nearest hospital in an effort to save him, and to do that he carries the child, which implies that if our flaming skeletal hero ever attempted to hold a baby or hug a child, he wouldn't be hurting them at all. I suppose overall, to address the main question, yes, Ghost Rider can procreate, but only in his human form.
Without being carried.
Is it true that the Ghost Rider can smell sin? So the tricky thing with sin is that without them, human beings would be incapable of feeling any form of emotion, and ultimately that would pave their paths to becoming mindless zombies. Sins are a significant part of who we are as humans and allow us to differ our lookouts from right to wrong. Now, uniquely enough, the Ghost Rider has a nose for sniffing out evil and sin. If you put money on Wolverine being the best mutant tracker in the Marvel Universe, Ghost Rider is really going to give you a good run for your money. And if that weren't enough, Ghost Rider can also consume sins and has effectively purged individuals and even entire populations of their sins, leaving them to become mere zombies without any individual agency of their own. This blazing hero can even smell the guilt of a sin that has been committed by someone, which is innately cool. Overall, we should definitely remember that the Ghost Rider's entire core, his being, is founded upon vengeance on sinners, so of course the ability to detect sins makes pure sense. Can the Ghost Rider change his size and form? The Ghost Rider's ability to skyrocket his form and size was first revealed in the first issue of Uncanny Avengers when he fought Thor, the god of thunder, and shook us to the very core by turning into a gigantic version of Ghost Rider, spewing volcanic quantities of fire right in Thor's face. As mentioned before, the mystical flame of Hellfire has the ability to manipulate matter, and as witnessed, it definitely extends its reach to the host's own body. So, if that theory is applied, the possibility of a tiny Ghost Rider can also be depicted in the vicinity. Unleashing that adorable-sized flame head on the road with his little motorcycle would definitely steal Ant-Man's thunder. In another story arc, when another version of Ghost Rider battled Mephisto in Hell, she grew up to half a mile tall to vanquish the evil manipulated demon. So, to answer your question in short, why yes, our vengeful, fire-blazed, leather-clad, skeletal motorbike rider can definitely pull a Gulliver on his opponents. Why does the Ghost Rider never get tired? Ghost Rider's supernatural abilities, such as his superhuman strength, durability, and the ability to generate and control hellfire, are not limited by the same physical constraints as a normal human. As a result, Ghost Rider does not tire in the same way that a human would because his body is incapable. But it's worth mentioning that the host of Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, has shown signs of severe mental fatigue, thus implying that he eventually loses control over the super's abilities. This stretch they for a long time, not necessarily losing today form as the spirit of vengeance can never fully. Overall, the Ghost Rider's powers are often portrayed as being fueled by the mystical forces that empower him rather than his physical stamina or endurance. Therefore, he can simply carry on without experiencing exhaustion. The only way to limit him would be through certain mystical forces like holy water or symbols of faith or certain mystical weapons which can weaken Ghost Rider's hellfire, thus negating his powers entirely. Just how fast is the Ghost Rider? Ghost Rider's speed is often portrayed as being incredibly fast and even beyond 20 minutes. As the Ghost Rider, he has the ability to move at incredible speeds that enable him to catch up to and overtake speeding vehicles, pushing them to exceed a level of speed resemble a fiery blur to the mortal eye. Very important to note that the Ghost Rider's speed limits are not restrained to his physical limits, but in turn extended to his fiery, hellfire-infused motorcycle. Speed comes with a side serve of heightened reflexes, which allow him to pull off mind-thwarting stunts with ease. In addition to the speed, the Ghost Rider's movements aren't bound by the limitations of their physical body. As a result, he possesses enhanced dexterity and coordination, which allow him to perform feats of precision that would be impossible for you or me. The Ghost Rider can also move with great agility, which allows him to dodge attacks and move quickly around obstacles. One notable example of Ghost Rider's speed and agility is seen in an Avengers story arc when Johnny Blaze had given up control and the Spirit of Vengeance was offered a front seat where he takes on an entire team of Earth's mightiest heroes. During his showdown with Thor, he's able to dodge the God of Thunder's hammer and even then got hold of Mjolnir whilst flying and rode it back to thrust right into Thor's face, along with his motorcycle, demonstrating his incredible speed and agility, as well as a diabolical sense of humor. The exact speed of the Ghost Rider isn't easily quantifiable, as it varies depending on the context and the specific story being told. However, it is clear that his relentless speed is a crucial aspect of his fighting style and his ability to pursue and apprehend enemies. What prevents him from entering holy places? So any holy item is the Ghost Rider's kryptonite, irrespective of which universe or version it is. The sole reason behind this is the possession of the demon Zarathos over Johnny Blaze's soul. In the ultimate Marvel world of Earth 1610, Ghost Rider is shown to have a specific vulnerability, unlike most other Ghost Riders, where if he enters a blessed holy place or a church, he immediately transforms back into Johnny Blaze. In this universe, Blaze sold his soul to Mephisto, the devil, in order to protect the love of his life after a biker gang murdered him. He then returned to Ghost Rider to get revenge and kill all all the rich and powerful members of the biker gang one by one. During the battle, when the last living person ran into a church, Ghost Rider straightaway transformed that into slaves. This is different from other Ghost Riders who are vulnerable to holy items instead of all Ghost Riders in general, the presence of holy symbols or places can weaken their health, preventing them from using their full range of powers within that vicinity. This vulnerability to holy items or places is a common weakness for supernatural beings, and it's a well-established trope in popular culture, which is heavily reflected in Red Ghost Rider's adventures. Is the Ghost Rider technically immortal? As mentioned before, one of the many miracles of the mystical hellfire is agelessness and immortality. From a theological perspective, the Ghost Rider possesses a form of immortality that is tied to the spirit of vengeance. As long as there is a need for vengeance, the spirit will continue to seek out and possess new hosts to carry out its missions. This means that while the physical body of a particular Ghost Rider host may be destroyed, the spirit will simply move on to a new host, effectively granting the Ghost Rider a form of immortality. However, it's important to note that this immortality is tied to the mission of vengeance, so if there is no longer a need for the spirit to exact vengeance, it may no longer exist, or may move on to a new purpose. Ghost Riders are impervious to harm from anything outside of heaven, and regenerate immediately when any body part is destroyed. They don't age, and hence, in the case of dismemberment, Ghost Rider can together using those insane regenerative abilities, looking as young as the day they were possessed by the spirit of vengeance. In the Heavens on Fire story arc, Johnny Blaze clearly states that it was God who created the Ghost Riders, and thus only God has the power to destroy them, meaning that they are immortal unless God decides otherwise. In reference to that same story arc, it's also implied that although it is difficult to superhero, it's definitely not impossible, even if the comic book arcs define this deadly superhero as it is incredibly difficult to kill Ghost Rider due to the supernatural nature of his powers. He can't be harmed by conventional physical means, so one has to resort to divine demonic they want to. Ghost Rider has been shown to be vulnerable to these types of threats in Marvel comics. For instance, in the Siege of Darkness event, Ghost Rider was killed by the demon Zarathos, who absorbed Ghost Rider's other avenger, Blade, with his powers, greatly augmented and absorbed Johnny Blaze's powers, which subsequently killed him. To kill Ghost Rider, one needs to find a way to separate the Ghost Rider from its human host. Possessed sufficient divine powers. However, artifacts imbued with mystical energy, such as the Justiciar's sword, may be effective in separating Ghost Rider from its host, Ghost Rider outright. Additionally, angelic forces have been shown to kill Ghost Rider, as seen in Jason Owen's run on the Titan Chain. That power used Danny Ketch as an instrument to the power of Ghost Riders all over the world, and resulted in the death of the host in most cases. All mostly mystical weapons forged in heaven. And the spirit of vengeance has truly originated from a divine source of power, so it's only that power that can vanquish it. Ghost Rider had all the potential to become because of his well-executed physiology, he's become Marvel's finest creation. Honestly, a top-notch fun one too. The very core of Ghost Rider being so powerful, so diabolical, and so genius is the foundation of his insanely unique anatomy. And with this, we come to the end of our video. We hope you liked it, and please don't forget to tell us your opinions on our favourite fiery superhero in the comments below. And if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Have a good one, and be safe. Thank you, everyone.
It's almost impossible to talk about Guilty without at least one person saying that the show is nothing more than a knockoff. And in some ways, they're right. At first glance, Guilty Crown really does look like a can I copy your homework now? Your C2, your Colin, your Lelouch, it's almost identical to Nightmare Frames. And the first episode is a beat-for-beat recreation of the first episode of Code Geass. high school student stumbles his way into a group of terrorists fighting the oppressive powers that be. And through being in the wrong place at the wrong time, a mysterious girl gives him a godly power which he uses immediately to stop the massacre of a section of the city. And this is usually where the conversation ends. Guilty Crown is caught. Chaos, full stop. But I think that we're missing a really important question here. See, these similarities are so glaring, so obvious, that the show seems to be begging its viewers to quote Chaos. So Guilty Crown is not a knockoff, it's a response. It's saying, hey, I see what you did there, but what about this? And what it gives us as a result is something unique and beautiful, even if it wasn't quite as polished as it could have been. And it does this by asking a very simple question. What if power went to the wrong person? It's well established in Code Geass that Lelouch had always intended some sort of uprising against Britannia, and obtaining the Geass only moved up his plans and gave him new ways to scheme. He's a natural-born leader. He's even part of the student council in his high school, and he takes Zero in stride despite some minor moral quandaries about some of his more brutal actions. He's a revolutionary, both by nature and by choice. This marks what's perhaps the most obvious departure in Guilty Crown: the personality of the protagonist. Shu Oma has the nature of a coward. He avoids conflict, he admits that he has trouble understanding other people, and he tries to make himself as scarce as possible. He lacks Lelouch's motivation, his charisma, his hatred. Unlike Lelouch, who is always destined for revolution, Shu never should have been involved in the comeback. Fittingly, Shu was never the intended recipient of the king's power that he ultimately comes to possess. That responsibility was supposed to fall to Guy Tsutsugami, a natural-born leader, revolutionary by nature, someone with a deep oppressive forces. Is this sounding familiar yet? Lelouch and Shu, despite being the protagonists of the series, aren't like Lelouch's doppelganger here, and had the king's power gone to Guy as it was intended to, the story probably would have been a carbon copy of Code Geass. However, thanks to some extreme circumstances and a questionable decision by Guy's right-hand girl Inori, the king's power goes to the hopelessly unprepared Shu Oma. What follows is essentially the story of what would have happened if C2 had given the Geass to Ribble. It's not the story of a calculating, ruthless anti-hero. It's the story of a socially stunted, emotionally unstable loser who is pressured into the role of a savior. Probably the most common criticism of Guilty Crown, aside from the Code Geass for online, is that the protagonist, Shu, is both unlikable and very weak-willed. But that's precisely the point of the series. Had Shu been the anime hero that we all know and love, the show would have just been Code Geass again. And the portrayal of negative character traits does not equate to bad character. It is hard to write a character that people hate. More than that, it's a testament to the writing of the show that people have such strong feelings about Shu. Even though he frequently makes terrible choices, these choices aren't random or poorly thought out. Almost every bad decision that he makes ties back to a personality trait that has already been explored or a previous plot point that has left its mark on him. Some of the most impactful moments in Code Geass are those in which the calculating Lelouch has his meticulously laid plans blow up in his face. We see him succeed and improve, boosting his confidence, only to take a huge blow to both his plans and his pride. Eat it up. Conversely, Guilty Crown thrives in the moments in which we see Shu make the correct choice. We watch as he lets his insecurities drive him farther and farther down, only to come to a realization about himself and the people around him, and rise as a result. These two lines are mirrors, and they work best when put in conversation with one another. An interesting connection between Guilty Crown and Code Geass is a shared focus on social circumstance, interaction, and using other people. Both series place a, frankly somewhat odd, focus on schools. Much of both series take place in a high school, and at various points in both series, the school becomes something of a freestanding safe haven. This forces both Lelouch and Shu to be in constant, close proximity to their friends and their peers. People they don't want against them, and people they want to protect. Now, this is only significant because both of their powers rely on manipulating others. Lelouch's Geass can force anyone to bend to his will, and Shu's King's power allows him to physically manifest someone's inner feelings as a void. This raises a very important question for both of them, a question that becomes central to their respective conflicts. Are they justified in manipulating others, especially uninvolved bystanders, to achieve their goals? But it goes deeper than that, because while both of their powers rely on using others, the nuance between them is a little bit different. Lelouch's power is of control, of domination. His will becomes absolute, even overriding the minds of his targets. But Shu's power is out of control. draws a void out of someone, he holds their very heart in his hands, and he bears responsibility for it until he returns it to their body. While Lelouch can issue a command through his Gios and kind of forget about it, knowing that his will be carried out, Q has to personally oversee the voids that he draws out for much of the series. It's in the moments where he abandons responsibility for the voids that he draws out by handing them back over to their hosts that he encounters the most problems. Because both characters adopt the motif of a king, we can see this as two different models of leadership. Lelouch is a king who leads by commanding, by inspiring or ordering obedience in his followers, much as Guy would. And by the end of Guilty Crown, Shu is like a king who leads the put their trust in. The variances in the plots of Guilty Crown and Code Geass, despite their very similar setups, are a direct result of putting vastly different protagonists into the same situation. While it's very possible to see Guilty Crown as a bad ripoff of Code Geass, where Lelouch spends most of his efforts sending over C2 instead of focusing on Revolution, that's a little disingenuous because there's more to it. Guilty Crown is a response, a what-if scenario, a piece that works in context with Code Geass rather than trying to directly imitate. I would be remiss if I did not point out that prior to rewatching Guilty Crown video, the title of this video is going to be How Guilty Crown Failed as a Geass Clone. I went into this project prepared to highlight the similarities between the two series and then analyze the shortcomings of Guilty Crown. And when I finished the series, I deleted all of my notes and restarted the project from scratch because despite my best efforts, I could not hate Guilty Crown. And I genuinely think that it is not only good, but perhaps the perfect follow-up. A perfect show? No. There are several logical loopholes that are never explained, like why voids can only be drawn out of people who are 17 years old or younger. There are plenty of instances of characters acting in ways that make no sense, or forgiving missteps up by the protagonist for basically no reason. And honestly, the opening few episodes are a little weak, but the characters are varied and interesting. Most every member of Funeral Parlor had a unique design and a fun personality that I loved seeing. Sagai is a wonderfully charismatic villain, even if he's not the main antagonist of the series. The music is powerful, which is no surprise given Hiroyuki Sawano's involvement, and the story, partially penned by one of the writers of Code Geass, does a good enough job of getting its point across. But that point works best after you've seen Code Geass. These two series are, in my eyes, inseparably linked. Yes, I believe that Code Geass is the better of the two shows, and by a decent margin. But Guilty Crown makes a valiant and fairly successful effort to pose meaningful questions about not only Lelouch's plight, but also the general themes of Code Geass. It's visually stunning, partially flawed, thematically unique, and almost beautiful. If you've seen both series, drop a comment down below and let me know what you thought about how they play off. Video, go ahead and subscribe and hit the bell so you get notifications. That really helps me out a lot. You can also follow the link in the description to get access to my Discord server, the Silverware Drawer, and get in on some of the discussions that go on over there. So until next time, I have been Spoons, and thank you for watching.
Now we can do this an easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. What you want, Luke? What's it gonna be? I asked you a question, Luke. I can't hear you, Luke. I ain't hear you, Luke. Oh, sound like to me you wanted the hard way. Hey, where you think you going? Bring your little brother back here.
Wait, what? I was like, what? Let me process real quick, and I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't even go. well, two of them already done got fucked and they all agree. So police girl is the last one standing in. Meanwhile, we cut over to Intech. She high as hell smoking that. My asset to take care of this. Reloading. That's it. Yes, my asset. Kingpin, the greatest man to ever live. Perfect night for a perfect path. So then later on, we come back to the vampire that's being an absolute horn dog right now. Bro's like, I'm gonna kill you, because I'm gonna beat up on them booty cheeks. That's right. Chugga, 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 chug, chug. And I'm the caboose. See, like, wait a minute. The other niggas here. And you said that you were get some bitch. Shooting this man, and this man is taking no damage at all. Bro is eating every single bullet. So then bro starts regenerating. Wow, this ammo that I just installed is amazing. So bro pulls out the Blinky and just starts going crazy. We're playing Ring Around the Rosie with God mode on. So the priest is like, who the fuck are you? My name is King. Well, some people also like King. Right, we'll take another stab on this cheek right now. So then this man answer, bitch, have your hands back, in her yitty. Gold zombies and so Cyrus is basically bleeding out right now. I mean, you can get out here and die or become a vampire. Hey, I will let you arrest me any day, police. So, medical. So later on, they get sent on this mission. Wall banging the door, absolutely blasting this with F&J bullets. Bro, bust down the door like, what's good, nigga? So then, him on the wall. Nah, Loki, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I Loki for that boy, bro. Bro basically dumped the entire clip in him. They plastered him on the wall. Yo, that's just brutal. So then he's like, alright, police girl, you're up. But sir, she's too far away. Okay, and use your eyes, bitch. Come on now, use that aimbot I just gave you. Come on now, toggle that shit. Shoot the bitch, Nadia. Wow, excellent shot, police girl. My goodness, that aimbot was so well, I'll have to tell Roberta at the next meeting. So then the next night, Alucard's out here clearing out this whole building, and he's like, hey, police girl, you need to come on up in here and get some points. You best hurry before the round's over, or else you're not going to be able to hit the mystery box. So after they finish clearing out the entire place, Ceres is like, yes, master, we did it. Yes, excellent round, police girl. Now let's go hit the box and... shit. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Amen. What's good, nigga? My name is Father and the Son, and I am here to praise the word of God. Yeah, that's right. You like that, nigga? I just spread the name of the Lord by blowing out your back, and you next, nigga? So what's good? What's really good? Yeah. So they start to get to scrapping, and Alucard busts Captain Anderson's forehead. But this man gets up and cuts off his head. Clean decapitation. And bro's like, yes, that's right. Should have paid your tithes and offerings on Sunday service, nigga. Now where that little girl go? So Sarah's took off with Alucard's head. But dude threw the knife and pinned his head on the wall. And dog starts saying, Miguel, allow me to start reading you a verse. Now I made this one up. Anderson 3:16. Thou shalt art me dragging my balls across your face, nigga. Amen. So then Integra pull up off the Zaza and she like, hey, Pastor, you best chill out, cuz I'm zooted out my mind, but I still bust a cap in your ass, cuz. Oh, and by the way, homie ain't dead. It ain't gonna be that easy to kill him, dog. So Anderson's like, looks like I need more preparation and prayer for this one. Don't you worry, though. I'll be back. I'll be back to spread the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So later on, after they had their fight with Anderson, the Helsing Manor ends up getting invaded by Luke Valentine and this ugly ass nigga from Texas. I'll be honest with you, though. Nigga sound like he from Louisiana. And he out here doing wood and P90s now that this nigga from Ohio. So meanwhile, Luke Valentine pulls up on Alucard in his deep, dark dungeon. You know what? No. First of all, you should look at the red flags right here, my boy. If you see a nigga sitting in a chair all alone in some big ass dark room and he's looking like he doesn't have a care in the world after you just busted open his wall, nah, buddy, you walked into this one yourself. Bro's like, my name is Luke Valentine. Pleasure to meet you. Oh, don't get it twisted. I know who you are with your little pretty ass Luke Valentine. Now listen here, little nigga. Do you know who I am or what I am? You're that. Wrong. I'm a warrior. Oh, and it looks like it's my lucky day because your little pretty ass and busting down my door ready to offer up your booty. Booty? Yes. Booty is more important than food. Booty is more important than drinking water. If I see a little pretty motherfucker I like, I tell him like this right here. I likes you. He like you. And I want you. And he won't. Now we can do this an easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. What you want, Luke? What's it gonna be? I asked you a question, Luke. I can't hear you, Luke. I don't want to answer. Excuse me, I ain't hear you, Luke. Oh, sound like to me you wanted the hard way. Hey, where you think you going? Bring your little fine ass back here. If I could just make it up the stairs.
Yo? Oh yeah, nah, this is just too funny, honestly.
Now come on, take your pants off. Whip that booty out. Let's do this thing. Come on. Hurry. Get freaky with me. Oh, brother. Now I see what you really are. I thought you had that dog in you like me. But no. No. You're a bitch. So yeah, that was Exhibit A, and it's finally time to move on to Exhibit B. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you Exhibit B, Vamp Anthem. So they end up going to Rio. And you see, with this exhibit specifically, we will be focusing on this man's lack of giving a f***. I mean, this man wanted smoking when he walked in the hotel. Bro at the front desk was like, excuse me, sir, but we do not allow big personal items like hey, nigga, the f***? You can suck my dick, all I care. So he starts using Jedi mind tricks on this man. You can suck my dick for 99 cents. I can suck your dick for 99 cents. Perfect. Now hurry the fuck up with my bag. That night, they end up getting raided by a SWAT team because of some random false allegation or something. So they bust in like they playing Siege and just start unloading on homies. But hey, I guess these NPC-ass background characters haven't learned. So bro got up and just started going crazy. God damn, call an ambulance. But I mean, the ambulance gonna do that? Nigga got him in his mouth. Pause. So then the last dude was back at the door and he was like, you know what? It was a good life. Nah, it was crazy, bro. Look at his face. I was in disgust. Push. Let's go away from UAV. So then Sarah comes over and she says, Master, these are really humans. Okay, and? But sir, look on, do you think I give a flying fuck how How would you feel if somebody off themselves before you get your f***ing UAV? They can lick my balls from hell all I care. Now get your head in the game. We about to edit this bitch out. Yes, sir. Hello, Master. Permission to go crazy. My ultimate is ready. One death blossom. I will air this entire bitch out. Permission granted. Let's go ahead, clip. This man just nonchalantly walks outside. It just starts going crazy. Oh my god. Nigga use that death blossom. He let it rip. So then they trying to escape. But this man puts a mind trick on this man and starts making him open and close the door. I throw this crazy ass nigga out. I shoot him, cub. Hey, how y'all doing? $5. No takers? Alright then, yo.
A few moments later.
The rest of the SWAT team and makes them land on each flagpole individually.
Oh shit.
Collateral damage, bro. You see, this is why I really don't get this anymore. Why would you sit around and watch something that ends like a tournament arc or something? You got all these glass and shit getting spammed around like, come on, let's be real. One of those is end up gonna hit the stands and somebody's gonna die. This right here is an accurate representation of what would happen if the tournament arc was real. So later on, they get on top of this roof. It's time to release that dog. But I must warn you. That dog come out, I turn into a warrior. And not just your average warrior, nigga. So that police girl starts shooting these big ass cannons. So she ends up making a smoke screen and oh god. Oh, yeah. No. Let me make this easy for you. We just gonna do it the hard way. I told you, nigga, I'm a warrior. I like you, and that's all I need to say. Ah, yeah. Way. Nah, bro, this man is an absolute lunatic. He must be stopped. And he read bro's mind and figured out that the people that's been behind this the entire time is the literal can't say that name. So I'm gonna give you some context clues. A World War II party back in the 1940s. Terrible mustache. I know y'all past history, right? It's like the easiest subject ever. I mean, look, this little has a message for us. Bruh. Nico, what the fuck is going on? Fix the screen! Oh, yes, perfect. I hope you wanna have a beautiful day. My name is Z Major. What for this? Pussy to that damn screen. Do you think that anybody wants to sit here and listen to your fat ass talk about war and shit? Newsflash, nigga, you lost the war. Cause all y'all niggas is pussy. You know what? How you like it if I put this gun in this little cat boy mouth? Huh? You like that? You like that, nigga? So, you know, after that happened in Anderson and Alucard started playing Rock'em Sock'em in the favela. And look at Anderson's face, bro. We're like, I came to spread the name of Christ just for your bitch ass. You need some prayer. So later on, this crazy lanky hoe. So Millennium is taking over this entire shit. Figure out what to do, and of course, this man comes up and says, I know one way to get on that ship.
Meanwhile.
Sir, what is that lanky booty hoe doing? I don't know, cub, but she been cranking that shit all night. Oh, God, do you hear that? spicy hot shit.
Yeah, what's
Rammed the jet into the ship. Made himself a cruise missile. And this man just hops out that hole unscathed. Yeah, but look at her face. She knows she's finished. And look at him. He like, come to collect booty. Cheeks shall be mine. But then some of the soldiers that survived started shooting. So he transformed and wiped the floor with him. But then Shawty over here sitting in a corner crying and shit. And then there he is, towering over her lanky ass. Oh, Rip Van Winkle. I like ya, and I won't. Go ahead, get it over with. Start shaking ass. I will not be taking that easily. Oh, so I guess we're doing this the hard way then. So she starts shooting this man with her aimbot, but dog bites the bullet. Oh, Lord. Oh, guess what I just called Boo-Boo? So the legends are true. He's a warrior. Ah, yeah. So dog picks him up and starts shoving the gun in her. Oh, my God.
Ah, the thermal, really?
I can't make this video no more, bro. Just started impaling her with her own gun. Oh, I like that a lot. Bon appetit, Milko. Exhibit C. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I now present to you our final exhibit. Whole lotta red. So while Alucard was stuck out at sea for a long time, London has turned into straight hell. You got Millennium, aka the you know what's out here terrorizing everybody. Then you got homeboy right here like, what is that melody? On the other side, you have the literal. I thought we buried this after the X-Arm video. We're back, hailing all the way from Harrison, f***ing Arkansas. The Triple K's, Jesus Christ, help me right now. So Alucard finally pulls up to the Flying Dutchman coming off this haunted ass ship, and this man stands right in the middle of everybody, and he's like, what the hell is going on here? On one side, we have a bitter party that's still mad because they lost the war, and on the other side, we have the white-hooded crusaders who's mad at every single race because their wives got on black.com. All of your booties will be consumed. So everybody and their mama start jumping this man. Everybody just starts shooting. But dear God, it was too late. This man used the level 0 release. This man basically opened the gates of hell and released every single dead opposition. Dog is literally flooding the streets with every single soul that he has consumed. They like, oh my God, you monster! How many booties have you consumed? So it's true. You are him, the vampiric booty warrior, Dracula! But I mean, come on. I mean, if it ain't obvious, the dude's name is literally just Dracula spelled backwards. So after he finished impaling and shish kebabbing everybody, Samus is like, wow, master, you've become a god. My goodness, your jawline is crispy. But then this man Anderson come out of nowhere, coming to spread the name of the Lord from the top rope. Ooh la la, Anderson. Do you want that booty taken as well? You can eat my dick, Nico. Get ready for some prayer. So they started scrapping, and Alucard decided to switch back to the dual Glockies. So bruh shoots off like the man's tricep, continues to raise the dead, and beating the brakes off of him. He's like, come on, Anderson.
Oh, there they are.
So then Anderson pulls out his
The fucking, oh, Max, I can't even hear him.
You sure you want to do that? To spread the name of the Lord? Then it shall be done. So Alucard walks up and blinks him in the head. But this man Anderson done turned into like a thorn monster or something. This man Alucard pissed. He like, damn it, Anderson, yeah, you turn into a monster, you bitch nigga. So then Alucard gets stabbed in the head, and then we finally get his backstory. Back in the day, I would cheeks daily, but I would always pray to God. My real name is Collab, and I'm from Bonachi. I know pronounce that shit correctly. I went
Fucking
to
Homelander.
unit, and I fought everybody. Tatakai, Eren Yeager. Oh, I impelled people because I just felt like it. Nobody Pulse, but I was caught and executed. I drank the blood and became Joraki. That was that sad. And the sad? Give me your
Ah, Spaceballs.
His heart and crushes it. Fatality. Well, it wasn't good enough. I got to spread the name God in the holy world. I ain't eat your booty, nigga. Quit crying, hoe ass nigga, and praise God. Hallelujah. Amen. But oh my God, Walter, way to ruin a moment, buddy. Okay, yeah. So long story short, yo, this man Walter just betrayed everybody. Nigga turned into a secret boss battle and copied Doflamingo's moveset. So Alucard says, Master, please allow me to pack this nigga and take his booty. So before they start scrapping, Alucard like, ooh, Walter, wow, I've been waiting for this day. You see, Walter, I've been scoping your ass out since 1945. Let's go ahead and get it over with and do it the hard. So they started fighting, and Walter is actually smacking Alucard around. Like, dog is getting dragged. Bro, pulled up the dog. Then Luke Valentine ends up coming out of the dog. Wait, hold on. Oh. So Walter starts using dude as a puppet. So then he blinks homie in the face. But then Walter strings up Alucard and stabs him. But it wasn't him the entire time. Hey, Walter.
The only game I feel a bit comfortable being toxic in.
Oh, look at you. Your body's wearing down and shit now. And you turn into a child. But it's okay though. Because I did the same thing. That's right. It's a blast from the past. Witness me, little nigga. Lolly card. Yeah, this And if you want to know why, you're going to have to go watch an OVA. Just know homie was rocking this back in the 1940s. He was like, come on, pussy. Come and fight me. You know you want some of this, right? You down bad EDP some bitch. So bruh starts making rivers of blood. And he's losing his mind. Look at his zesty ass face. Come on, Walter. You know you want it. So he grabs him and he's about to kill him, but y'all remember the little cat boy? Yeah, he literally absorbed him. And he became a paradoxical cat. So now he's shackled by infinite possibilities. So now he's everywhere and nowhere and is multiplied by like 1 million lives that he's consumed. And he can't even recognize himself. Okay, yeah, long story short, they caught our boy slipping. So 30 years pass. And he finally comes back after he was trapped inside of his own self and had to off himself 3,424,867 times. And he's like, just another day at the office. Can I get a taste?
Oh, what the fuck?
The final founding member taking his seat. The second phase of the round table concludes.
Okay. I don't think it'll. It shouldn't at least block a bad out. So yeah, we're just gonna
kicked off our villain analysis series by talking about some of my favorite ways in which villains are introduced in anime. So today, I thought we'd follow up on that by taking a look into one of my favorite archetypes of villain, the ones who always have me feeling excited and anxious through the entire story. Today, we're going to be looking at manipulative villains. If you're enjoying this series so far and you want to see more, remember that leaving a like is the best way to let me know to keep making them, and that subscribing to the channel helps you stay up to date and ensure you never miss an upload. Now, we're going to be talking about a bunch of different series today, and while most of them are fairly popular and you might have seen them already, I will put timestamps at the start of each section so that you can avoid spoilers for series that you might not have seen. Manipulation is one of the most common traits to play with in any form of media. And while simple on the surface, it can be presented in a multitude of ways and stem from any number of emotions. What's unique about manipulation is that it can prey on not just one or two, but all of the core truths of what it means to be human. Greed and generosity, trust and betrayal, fear and courage, pride and shame, power and weakness, love and hate, idealism and reality. The fact that every person, dead or alive, has these traits opens them up to manipulation in some way. But the actual styles of manipulation are just as numerous. Deceivers, indulgers, destroyers, isolators, bargainers, traders, the list is endless. So today, I want to look at 9 different characters who specialize in manipulation, explain the type of method that they use or what makes it work, and hopefully help you all fall in love with this villain style as much as I am.
May I come in? I'd like to talk with you.
To start off this list, I want to look at a character who has become nearly synonymous with the idea of trickery, Faustian bargains, and betrayal. A character that embodies deceptive. Madoka Magica's Kyubey is, to be frank, a little bit of a bastard. The series itself is known as the anime which redefined the magical girl genre and moved it away from things like Sailor Moon and Cardcaptor Sakura, which, while having some darker themes, were still thought of at least as lighter shows. And instead brought us into the modern staple of horror and thriller that the genre became. Most recently in Wonder Egg Priority, which, let's be real, is just an attempt at copying Madoka's formula. And the key to that redefining of the genre stems from Kyubey. Madoka is a series which, on the surface, is very simple from the outset. There exist corrupted evil beings called witches that spread darkness and despair wherever they exist, and as such, Kyubey, the adorable little cat that is certainly not up to anything nefarious, offers to make deals with young girls in hopes that they can kill these witches. And if a girl decides to dedicate their life to this cause, Kyubey will grant them any one wish as payment. And you can wish for anything. It doesn't matter how ethereal or abstract the idea, Kyubey will shift reality to make it happen. And you know what? Up front, this seems like a fair deal. You get to help people by slaying witches, and you get an almighty wish, which can be used to better your own life and the lives of people around you. It's a win-win, right? Well, it turns out that Kyubey, for as persistent as he is in trying to convert these girls by tempting them with their wishes, or the idea of helping their friends, is leaving out some pretty important details. Namely, the cost of wishes, where he comes from, and why he's so dead set on making these deals. Author and philosopher Chris Jami wrote, "Just because something isn't a lie doesn't mean it isn't deceptive. A liar knows that he's a liar, but one who speaks mere portions of truth in order to deceive is a craftsman of destruction." And I cannot think of a better way to describe Kyubey. Kyubey isn't from this world. He's an alien species called an incubator. This race is entirely devoid of a sense of self. It's this weird hive mind that is completely emotionless and purely focused on utilitarianism. They don't mind when one of them gets themselves killed. They don't mind the sadness or horror that they put on humanity, so long as the greater good is met. And what is this greater good? A stop to entropy. Basically, the universe has a finite amount of energy in it, and if nothing is done, it will eventually burn out. You might have heard of the heat death of the universe. So the incubators aim to stop this by harvesting energy from magical girls. The wishes that these girls make take a ton of positive energy, and once a magical girl eventually falls to their grief and the existential dread of their cursed existences, they will eventually themselves become witches that are proportionally strong to the wish they made and their potential for good. Basically, the more good a magical girl can do, the more bad they will inevitably cause. What I love about Kyubey is that they are essentially the trolley problem. You know the old question of if a train is on tracks and about to hit 5 people, would you pull a lever to swap its path so that it only hits 1? There's a bunch of different perspectives on this, with the idea that pulling the lever makes you an active participant and thus a murderer, while not doing anything makes you just a bystander. But the other big argument is the utilitarian one, the one that does the most good for the most people. And that is to pull the lever, allowing one person to die but saving 5. And this is Cube. The incubators have made the decision that the sacrifice of a handful of humans is a fair exchange for the continuation of the universe. And while this might make sense on a logical level, morally it just feels wrong. What's interesting about the trolley problem is that there isn't just the utilitarian view, but there's also a moralistic one. The purpose behind your decision matters. For example, let's say I wanted to pull the lever specifically because it allowed me to kill someone, and completely ignoring the fact that I would be saving 5 people. Despite doing the good act of allowing those people to live, I did it for a negative reason, meaning the action as a whole is a negative one. But Cube is cold, emotionless, and has no morals. It's a character that takes one of the most famous moral dilemmas in history and just says no to it, which I think is just such an interesting basis for a character. Every decision they make confidently because they are in the right, all while being completely ignorant to the moral dilemmas that surround them. What makes them an interesting villain is that they're not evil. They're taking actions they truly believe to be logical and for the greater good, and it's only because we, as the audience, have a sense of morality that the character is slotted as a villain. It's possible that we'd be making the argument that the magical girls are the evil ones for preventing the salvation of the universe.
Each and every one of you despises me so much, and now that you've finally tracked me down, you can't even lay a finger on me.
Now, moving on from the gray of Cube, we can take a look at the black and white that is Naraku. While Cube is a character who is unable to understand morality and acts towards what they believe is in the best interest of the majority, Naraku is a character who actively goes out of his way to spread as much misery as possible. In the story of Inuyasha, there's something called the Shikon Jewel, a magical gem that grants wishes and gives unimaginable power. And in a quest for this jewel, the thief Onigumo would hire bandits to attack Kikyo, the priestess who was watching over it. However, Kikyo herself was being protected by the half-demon Inuyasha, and when the bandits arrived, they were all but slaughtered. A survivor would find Onigumo and blow up the inn that he was staying in, leaving him burnt and unable to move. He would eventually be found by Kikyo and nursed back to health, but through this, he would begin to fall in love with her. However, with a useless body, Onigumo realized he would never be able to actually be with her, and decides that he would make a deal with a horde of demons, offering to fuse with them and allow them to consume his soul and become Naraku. Together, they would be able to steal the Shikon Jewel and win Kikyo's heart, but things didn't go as planned. The demons realized Onigumo's heart would control them as long as Kikyo remained in the picture, so they decided to take control of his body, shapeshift into Inuyasha, and mortally wound Kikyo. This would turn Kikyo against Inuyasha, and ultimately lead to her death, as Inuyasha was sealed to the sacred tree for 50 years. From here on, Naraku would pull strings from the shadows to manipulate and ruin the lives that he came in contact with, specifically in ways which would attack what is most important to them. Moroku's family, a bunch of perverted monks who all wanted to have children and build families of their own, were cursed with the Wind Tunnel, a hereditary black hole in the palm of their hands that would expand until it swallowed them whole, meaning that if they had kids, they would essentially be dooming them to die until Naraku was killed. Sango's whole clan of demon slayers was wiped out by Naraku, and after she was left with no family, he brought her brother back to life with the jewel shards and brainwashed him, forcing her to relive her trauma of losing her family over and over again as he tried to kill her. Even his own incarnations would be manipulated in similar ways. Kagura, the embodiment of the free wind, would have her heart placed in his hands, making her essentially a slave. And Kana, the embodiment of the void, would eventually find her own emotions and sense of self, only for Naraku to take it away and force her to end her own life. What really makes me think Naraku is such an interesting character, though, is that despite being a flat evil character who exists purely for his sake, he still has a lot of depth to him. The way he manipulates those around him, the way he mirrors Inuyasha in their desires, their dreams, and being sealed, and most importantly, through Onigumo. Onigumo is the key for what makes Naraku great, because as I mentioned, immediately after his deal with the demons, he is betrayed and sealed away inside that new body for 50 years. The character who solely existed to manipulate others was born in an act of manipulation, and was himself condemned to the fate that he inflicted on others. He's almost always presented as being a heartless monster, but that can't be true. The reason Naraku's able to manipulate and hurt people in the way that he does isn't because he doesn't understand what love or empathy is, it's because he does understand those things. The only reason he knows how to turn friends and family against each other, to hold people captive, to shut people's emotions down, is because the man he used to be, Onigumo himself, was never loved, was trapped in darkness, had his emotions sealed away. He manipulated others out of envy and anger that they had what he wanted. And this adds a layer of depth beyond just the whole evil for evil idea, while also acting as the motivator for every character in the series, tying our protagonists together and constantly moving the plot forward. Genuinely, Naraku is a masterclass of a character that demonstrates an author who can completely understand not only their characters, but the themes of their story that they create, while blending all of these factors together flawlessly. With Naraku, though, there's never even the slightest question of if he is evil or not. He's openly manipulative and hateful, which is in total contrast to Light Yagami.
Once you actually start looking around, it makes you wonder if you'd be doing society a favor by getting rid of all these people.
Light receives the Death Note and believes it is his duty to purify the world by removing all evil under the alias of Kira, obviously overlooking the fact that he himself slowly becomes more evil and egomaniacal as the story develops. What has always made Light such a compelling character in the story, though, is that while he puts forth this very twisted view of what justice is, it's not a massive stretch to understand where he's coming from. As we watch him spiral out of control, it is presented as someone genuinely doing what they think is best, but slowly losing composure. And the primary cause of which, of course, is L. The question of what Light would become if L was never brought into the picture is a pretty interesting one. Because as L begins to narrow his search and closes in on exposing Light, Light begins to panic and does something that he's never done before. L sends FBI members to follow up on a few of his leads, and feeling cornered, Light for the first time kills an innocent person for his own self-preservation, that being Ray Penberg. And this is the moment where Light changes. Rather than being someone who is searching to bring justice to the world, he is instead trying to ensure his own survival and to triumph over L. This is almost immediately tested when Penberg's fiancée, Naomi Misora, decides that she wants to find justice for his death by joining L's task force and helping find Kira. However, on the way to join, she bumps into Light and is fooled into showing him her ID under the pretense that he would be able to convince the task force to let her in, then writes her name in the Death Note and doubles down on this shift towards darkness. Not only that, but as Light sees her marching off to die, he begins taunting her and laughing at her, which to me has always represented the moment that Light had crossed a line he could never turn back on. He was no longer even pretending to be a hero, he was only continuing to win the game against L. But Light doesn't realize this yet. He still believes that he is justified in clearing out the people who are trying to stop him from saving the world. And how could any of these people stand against the would-be hero of the new world he was trying to create? This leans into the idea of doing something for the greater good again. Light isn't like Kyubey. Light understands emotion. He understands the cost and consequences of his actions towards others, and that makes it infinitely worse. There's a specific point in the story that I wanted to take a look at, though, and that's when Light uses the loopholes in the Death Note's rules to erase his memory, gain L's favor, and ultimately more or less clear his own name as others continue to act as Kira in his stead until he regains his own memory again, using this combination of factors to finally overtake L. And the hero has won, right? The Roman historian Sallust suggested a good man would rather be defeated than injustice by evil means. And light has most definitely not succeeded without evil means. So, what's special about this? Well, it reflects how light is perceived by the audience themselves. The build-up and presentation of Light's story in Death Note is set up in a way that a lot of people don't even realize that Light is the villain of the story. After all, we're seeing the world through his eyes. He's trying to make the world better. He is only doing bad things because he is cornered. A lot of people can recognize that L is not a villain, but struggle to understand that Light is one. Light is a character on this list not because his manipulation is effective within his own universe, but because it's so effective that he can convince the viewers of this story that he's innocent as well. We see the world through Light's eyes. We hear him talk between the Light voice and the Kira voice. Especially with the prominence of shows like Breaking Bad, The Sopranos, and Dexter, each focusing on a character who are just generally pretty bad people. And in each case, we're given a shred of sympathy for them. And then, we're presented the world through their experiences, which makes us believe in and support them despite their actions. In any other story, the drug dealers, the mafia dogs, the serial killers, kids with the magic book that kills thousands of people at a time are not going to be the ones we cheer for. But in these worlds where they are our looking glass, our entire perspective is shifted as a result. And while we're discussing sympathy given towards villains, let's take a look at a villain who has a very powerful argument for their stance. Something which can be amplified even further when that position is against an even greater evil that they oppose. And that is the case in Psychopaths.
What you could call a safe society, I call it. A facility that allows you to observe every prisoner at once. Sybil is the worst form, as it lets hundreds control the lives of millions.
Psychopaths poses the question of, if you could stop a crime before it happens, the same moral dilemma in Minority Report and in Captain America Civil War, and in Psychopaths, society has agreed that it is better to solve the problem ahead of time, thus accepting the Sybil system as the answer. Sybil is basically a network with the ability to scan people's mental states and assess the odds of them committing a crime. Then, if people are deemed dangerous, they are immediately detained and locked up. The thing is, there isn't really any oversight for this, and Makishima, the villain we're talking about, recognizes that Sybil is a dystopian tool that can be taken advantage of. For example, if you were to kill a person in front of someone they believe safe, suddenly their mental state would be shaken and they would be taken away as well. Or, let's say the people in control of the Sybil system just don't like someone. What would stop them from giving that person a negative scan and then having them removed from the picture? Now, I could talk about how Makishima manipulates others, but it's similar to how Light does. So instead, I'm going to continue talking about the importance of perspective on manipulated characters, as Makishima actually completely contrasts Light in this regard. Makishima himself is immune to Sybil's
this works.
Thus, he has free reign to do whatever he wants. And what is the most disruptive thing that someone in his position could do? Spread that ability to others. He invents helmets that fool Sybil's scans and allow those wearing them to act freely. Police are unable to fire on people having positive scans, so they remain unimpeded regardless of it. One man even uses these to savagely beat down a woman in the middle of a crowd as dozens of onlookers watch blankly, because Sybil isn't reacting. And if Sybil isn't reacting, then there surely can't be a problem. And the thing is, Makishima is addressing a real problem that this society faces. A complete over-reliance and submission towards this Sybil system. If those at the top of society manipulated this process, which we do see later, any political opponents, dissenters, or random people they don't like will be locked away forever. And on a more micro level, people will just ignore what is in front of them if that's what Sybil tells them to do. It is a real problem that needs to be addressed, but when all of society is content to just follow, Makishima feels the need to act drastically. Makishima isn't targeting a painting, though. He aims at dismantling.
It does make it feel more like Destiny,
He's clearly
which
a villain
is
because
kind of
of
what
the
I
actions
wanted.
he's taken and the way that he takes advantage of those he comes across. But at the same time, he's right. He's very much a swap in perspective from one that we received when looking at the world through light or Walter White's eyes. The only reason we really recognize Makishima as a villain immediately is because of his if we saw the world through his eyes, and he was this anti-hero trying to fix the system like Light was, then I can almost guarantee more people would be sympathetic to his cause. Back to manipulation though, I want to talk about One Piece for a little bit. There are a ton of characters we could take a look at here, such as Crocodile, Blackbeard, and even the Gorosei. However, something special about One Piece is its ability to take a personality trait and manifest that into the world. So when we're looking at a manipulator and someone who pulls strings, I think it's only fitting that we talk about Doflamingo.
Pirates are evil, the Navy is just, but that's only true because history tells us so. The one who wins will rewrite the definition of right and wrong. They'll decide the future and how the past is written. Will justice prevail? Why, there's no other way!
A common trope for almost all the characters we've looked at so far is that they are background figures. They're subtle, they hide, they lie, they cheat, and they do what they need to in order to create some ideal situation that they're working towards in the end. And then there is Doflamingo, a character so tied to the idea of being a puppet master that his ability within the world of One Piece is quite literally to manipulate strings. Our first time seeing Dofi, we're met by this towering figure wearing this bright pink flamingo coat and colorful clothing to match. He isn't someone trying to hide his presence at all, and if anything, he wants to be seen. The first thing he actually does in the series, though, is enter Marine headquarters as a warlord, basically a hired pirate who gets protection from the Marines for working for them. So, he walks in, perches himself on the railing, and starts forcing the naval officers to start strangling each other, even having them pull swords and get ready to kill one another. Right off the bat, he is manipulating those around him and putting them in life or death situations. It is a very blunt and direct way to tell us exactly what this character is. He tells Sengoku, the leader of the Marines, that he only agreed to show up because his business is running smoothly and that he's been bored. And that's all we really get for now. A man who is capable of manipulating others, and someone who is running some corrupt business. All while being very open about his misdoings. We later find out that Dofi has been attacking transport ships and stealing money that nations have been sending to the world government. Meaning that while he has immunity from the government for being a warlord, he is also actively robbing them. We later learn that he knows about the secret of the world nobles, and as a result, they are unable to act against him. He constantly holds all the cards in every situation he finds himself in, and because of that, he feels comfortable being over the top and flashy, and rubbing it in people's faces that he has fooled them and controls them. Because no matter what happens, he knows no one can touch him. It's a different side to this manipulative character that we've seen. It's this level of confidence that isn't typical for the archetype, and while Light needed to lie, Naraku needed to hide, and Kyubey believed they were acting towards a greater good, none of that is here. Dofi doesn't feel the need to lie or hide, and he is openly only in it for himself and the destruction of other people's lives. Finally, we come to the kingdom of Dressrosa, and he approaches the king in his bedroom and offers to sell the kingdom to him for 10 billion berries. Now let me just be clear, because he isn't offering to buy the kingdom, he's offering to sell it to its own king. On top of that, he knows that this much money is more than the country has, and he gives a condition that the king has one day to make that money and give it to him, or he's just gonna wipe the nation out. Also giving the stipulation that he can't tell the citizens what's going on or ask other nations for help, and that this is a test of his ability as a king. We see the soldiers of Dressrosa offering to battle Dofi, but the king insists that violence is never the answer because they are humans and not wild animals, instead opting to send the soldiers out to collect funds from his people. He knows this will shake their faith, but he ensures that this will keep the country's soul intact. He even goes so far as to send his people a message, begging on his hands and knees for their money and asking for their understanding when he says that he can't explain why he needs it. However, because he's been such a good and righteous king, the people have faith in him and end up giving him everything that they have. This king is basically a hero to their people, and in their eyes he can do no wrong. But once the king gets all of their money, there's suddenly news. He is riding into a nearby town and slaughtering everyone he comes across. We shift perspectives, and just as the Marines had been in his first appearance, we see Dofi quite literally pulling the strings of the king and forcing him to commit atrocities upon the people who had just shown their love for him. Dofi then attaches strings to all the soldiers who had collected the money and forces them to attack the people as well. The country is in ruins. It's burning to the ground, covered in the corpses of its people who had just been tricked and robbed by their king and who are now being cut down in the streets. But then a hero arises. Dofi and the rest of his crew appear and take out the entire royal army and stop the king's rampage, and in one night he has shifted the hearts of this entire loyal nation of Dressrosa into darkness as their king betrayed them, only to present himself as a salvation and take control of the kingdom. Dofi is cold, ruthless, and willing to ruin the lives of everyone that he comes in contact with to secure a better place for himself. But he knows that it's better to lead from a position of adoration than fear, so he makes this elaborate plan to tear down the system that had been in place and prop himself up as a hero. His ultimate goal is to destroy the world as it stands, so anything and everything is justifiable in that pursuit, and there is no part of him that feels bad about what he's been doing here. But what I love about Doflamingo is how perfectly his character embodies this idea of manipulation and pulling strings through every action he takes. And while manipulation tends to imply this level of elusivity, there's just nothing subtle about Dofi or his actions. As a result, we have a character who twists a trope while still being a manifestation of everything that that trope typically tries to represent.
They can all burn. Everyone betrays us, Jinx. Vander. Her. They will never understand. It's only us. You're my daughter. I'll never forsake you.
Now, I wanted to broaden the scope of this series a little bit, and I'm actually going to be talking about 3 examples that are not from anime. Firstly, I want to mention Arcane, and specifically the character of Silco. Silco offers a pretty unique perspective on manipulation, not only because of how he changes the character of Powder, but also in how he skews his own perspective of the world through her. Silco is a man who was raised in the slums of Piltover. He was not talented, strong, or smart, but he was dedicated. He worked for everything that he had, and he believes in this mentality of sacrificing everything to attain your goals. If you have to die to grow, then that's just part of the process. His goal specifically was to have the slums separate from the upper part of Piltover, which had abused and exploited them, and to create the independent nation of Zon, a lofty goal worth lofty sacrifices. Before the events of Arcane, Silco and the man that he considered to be a brother, Vander, acted as pseudo-leaders for the underground. They worked together towards the independent nation of Zon, but at some point, their views on how to do things shifted. Silco believing in cutthroat business and the production of new technology and drugs to expand his empire, while Vander lost his spirit, instead focusing on the safe path of compliance, which allowed him to protect as many people as possible. But this divide would eventually put them at each other's throats, and Vander would be forced to stop Silco, plunging him into the corrupted water of the slums and trying to drown him. However, Silco survived. He was reborn and baptized in this caustic water, and he would separate from Vander entirely, beginning to build his own path until he was ready to strike back. And that brings us to Arcane's first act, where he finally manages to act on this revenge, and where one of Vander's adopted daughters, Powder, accidentally leads to his death herself. Silco would find Powder in tears as he was searching for her sister Vi, and although he approaches her in a very threatening way, she tackles him to the ground and holds him. He asks Powder where Vi is, as he looks up to see the man that he considered a brother dead in front of him. Powder explains that Vi is no longer her sister, and in this slow, very delicate moment, Silco, this murderous psychopath, stops and just hugs her, telling her that it's going to be okay and that together they will show the world. Now, Silco in that moment doesn't particularly care that there's a kid crying. I mean, the stuff we've seen him do throughout the show is brutal, and a kid in tears just isn't something that's going to melt his heart. But at the same time, he doesn't really just recognize her as some random girl. Instead, he sees himself in her, someone who has lost everything, someone untalented, someone who puts in more work than everyone else and still ends up failing. Someone whose only family, the sibling that they've lived on their whole life, had suddenly abandoned them. It's his own reflection looking back at him, a stranded child looking for just anyone to support them. And just as Silco wanted someone to reach down and save him from rock bottom, he reaches out and adopts Powder. And here, Silco is lying to himself. It's not really about saving Powder. It's about protecting someone that he sees himself in, and it's a lie he'll repeat himself over and over again, all while presenting things as putting Powder first. It's pretty easy to jump to the idea of telling lies when you think about manipulative characters. And that's because there's power in lies. More importantly, there's power in the repetition of lies. It's actually similar to a propaganda method that was famously used by the Nazi Party, something often referred to as the big lie. The whole idea behind this being that if a lie is repeated enough, it eventually becomes reality. The first time you hear something or tell yourself something terrible, you can reject it. But by the 100th time, the 1000th time, or the millionth time, the idea just kind of drills itself into you. And in the same way, Silco is just lying to himself about Powder when it's really an opportunity to save himself and to take something from Vander. It's why she changes her name from Powder to Jinx. He isn't embracing Vander's daughter here, he is instead creating his own daughter. Through this lens of deception, seeing Jinx as his own daughter, Silco truly begins to change them. He shifts his entire worldview, changes his priorities, and even how he understands the things that he believed to be core truths. Later, he's saying, and that's exactly what the character of Jinx is meant to do here. She is someone who manages to unravel everything that makes Silco who he is, and remake him into something entirely different, a father. It is an entire character arc that stems from a single moment where Silco's mind makes him believe that this young girl is a reflection of himself. Yes, there is so much more to the story. Yes, there's the whole aspect of him changing and manipulating Powder into Jinx and seeing who she is, and there's absolutely the element of developing someone impressionable into an entirely different person. But I think that this aspect specifically is a really unique look on this archetype of characters. The idea of not just fooling or changing those around you, but to fool yourself into seeing the world differently and making a decision that is entirely about character. I think most times manipulation is seen as a very powerful outward force in writing. However, the lie that a character tells themselves can be just as interesting and powerful as well. It is so easy to focus on the manipulation that characters force onto others, but we almost never talk about the lies that they tell themselves, which affect who they develop into. And while you might think that this is something that can only be done in a negative light, you can also look at characters like Gon in Hunter x Hunter, who tells himself that his dad walked out on him, not because he's a deadbeat dad, but because being a hunter is so amazing. Now, moving from someone who is entirely about growth, we're going to talk about a character that has no growth at all. And he's one of my favorite characters that Western media has produced in years. That being Bill Cipher. Bill is a being millions of years old. Wanting to break free of this flat world of flat thinkers, he destroyed his own dimension and found his way to the Nightmare Realm, a world between worlds. However, as this place was composed entirely of chaos, it was destined to collapse, and so Bill began looking for a new home, eventually being summoned to Gravity Falls by Stanford Pines. Bill, being from the Nightmare Realm now, is not actually able to tangibly manifest in our world, and instead is only able to create contracts with others. Like this, Bill would offer to grant the answers to all of life's great mysteries to Stanford, who is a scientist, and opened his eyes to several interconnecting dimensions and enticing him with the promise of opening up those dimensions. After creating a portal for Bill, though, Stanford's partner would accidentally enter it and see Bill's true intentions, something so horrifying it drove him to insanity. As a result, the portal would be closed, but Stanford himself would fall into it and be trapped for 30 years. However, Bill would eventually be resummoned into the world a constant factor throughout the series, always offering a deal with the devil to anyone in moments of weakness in order to bring himself closer to his goals. Honestly, Bill is just a very simple example of a classic manipulative villain. He has a goal in mind and offers to help others with Faustian bargains in order to ultimately move things in the direction he wants them to. But the most manipulative thing he does throughout the entire series is not the kind of devil in the details deals that he makes with people, but is instead in the creation of Mabel's bubble. Bill doesn't lie to her, he doesn't cheat or steal anything from her, he instead places her in a bubble where everything that she wants becomes reality. It's manipulating someone through indulgence, and something that we see explored in the last two series of as well in different lights.
Target spotted!
Devil. Or you let me keep you as a human being. For the record, my pet's
Chainsaw Man follows the story of Denji, a dude with less than nothing. His father takes his own life and left him with insurmountable debt to Yakuza. The off is that he would have to sell body parts and do odd jobs on call. He lives in an old shed with his chainsaw dog Pochita, and they barely make enough money to survive, often eating a slice of bread for dinner. And this kind of lifestyle leaves Denji with these unattainable and wild dreams like having jam on his bread or being held by a woman. But his life would change when the Yakuza sold their lives to the zombie devil for power and begin attacking him. With Denji dead, Pochita makes a contract with him, promising to revive Denji under the condition that he would get to watch him bring his dreams to life. He fuses together with Denji, becoming his new heart, and together they become Chainsaw Man, slaughtering all of the Yakuza members and the zombie devil until he's the last one standing in the bloody mess that he created. Now, enter Makima, who walks up to him, hugs him, and offers an ultimatum. Denji can either be killed for being a devil, or choose to live as her pet human. And if he's okay with that, then she'll even feed him these fabled dishes like toast with butter and jam, salad, coffee, and dessert. But as author Tucker Max explains, the devil doesn't come dressed in a red cape and pointy horns, he comes as everything you've ever wished for. It's that famous cautionary saying that if things seem too good to be true, they probably are. And speaking of which, this is the only ongoing series that we're talking about today, so if you haven't seen Chainsaw Man, maybe skip to the last character. Right off the bat though, we do see Makima treating him better than anyone he's met through his entire life. But at the same time, she obviously sees him as less than her, quite literally looking at him and speaking to him like he's a dog. The secret to Makima's manipulation is that she gives Denji everything he wants in exchange for his obedience. It's the long-form version of what Bill Cipher had to offer. She'll give him anything from breakfast to boobs. If he wants it, she can supply it. And that's where the flaw in humanity comes in. We almost always fall into the destination fallacy. This idea that if you could just have something, then you'd be happy. But when you eventually reach that goal or attain that thing, some time passes, you become content, and then bored, and eventually you need more. To Denji, jam on bread is a fantastic, almost dreamlike experience. but he becomes accustomed to that. He gets used to having friends and people treating him kindly. That becomes his new normal, and suddenly he's going to desire more. And of course, Makima is the key to all of that. Makima's plan for Denji, or more specifically for Chainsaw Man, is to break his contract with Pochita and force him to make a contract with her once she has control over him. But just how do you break that contract? Pochita wanted to see Denji living his dreams, and he was doing just that. And this is where Makima's plan comes into play. You can't give hopelessness and despondency.
Chasing Mac!
New family. You can steal away his purpose in life, and you can make it so that Denji has nothing left except the obedience that was trained into him. Being at rock bottom is terrible, but once you're there, you can fall into this trap of accepting that for your life. But some people claw their way out of the abyss and look back in fear, always motivated to stay away from the nightmare that they were living in. Because there is nothing more frightening to those who have left rock bottom than the idea of returning to it. This is exactly how Makima takes control over Denji, by giving him hope, tying that hope to herself, and then stealing back everything else that he had been given. And lastly, I want to spin off the idea of indulgent manipulation from Makima to another character who uses a very similar method but demonstrates it for a different purpose. And again, here we're looking away from anime. Makima's manipulation for Denji stems from this idea of greed, or at least for the human desire for more. But the other mother in Coraline uses indulgence as a method of feeding Coraline's need for escapism.
You could stay here forever, if you want to. If it's your decision, darling. We only want what's best for you.
Coraline follows the story of Coraline as her family moves to a new home, and the name of the game here is neglect. Her mother seems to be disinterested, distracted, and generally frustrated with Coraline's existence, and her father seems to be a shell of a person, working non-stop, slumped over his desk and exhausted, not exactly in any position to give the kind of attention or affection that Coraline wants and needs. And let's be real, when you watch this as a kid, you're like, damn, these are some neglectful-ass parents, they suck. But I think that as a lot of us have grown up and looked back on Coraline, you kind of just realize that sometimes life is just a lot. Sometimes you are too busy, you are too tired, or too stressed and overwhelmed with life to give people the time that they need. I'm not a parent, but the constant, around-the-clock nature of raising children is something that I'm sure wears you down over time. I'm not saying it's not rewarding, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I know it can be exhausting. There are times that even though you love your kids, they're just going to straight up annoy you, but that's just part of being a human person. Interacting with others is work, and that's just the reality of life sometimes. But Coraline isn't happy with reality, and eventually finds her way into another world. A world much brighter and warmer than her own. A world with a gorgeous garden and magic and wonder. And most importantly, a world with other parents who give her everything she could possibly want. A world around the other mother. In contrast to her own mother, the other mother seems to love the idea of spending time with Coraline. Like Makima, she's here to offer everything and anything that would make you happy. But there is just one strange thing about this world, and that's that everyone here has buttons where their eyes should be. And that's the cost of living here. In exchange for this paradise, the other mother asks Coraline if she can take her eyes. And this is a pretty core thing when it comes to manipulators. At some point, they're going to ask you to do something that you're uncomfortable with, or they're going to ask you to give them something. This could be out of guilt, out of a desire to protect or help them, out of fear of what they might do, or a million other causes. But regardless, whatever the benefit they're giving you, it will always come at a cost. Always. And that kind of brings us to the core theme of Coraline, this idea of escapism and reality. Of course, Coraline can have everything that she wants in this dream world, but that's just it. This place is a dream. The buttons, replacing her eyes in this sense, represent turning a blind eye and looking away from reality. actively choosing to close your eyes to the obvious lie that's in front of you in order to be made comfortable. Coraline eventually explores this world and comes to the border of it, realizing that it is small and crumbling. And it's just like that with escapism. Rejecting reality and buying into a dream can close you off and stop you from experiencing what life is. Because reality isn't always the best, but at least it is real. All of the other examples that we talked about had a pretty clear line as to where the value of manipulative characters lie, and certainly the other mother has similar value in that sense, but what I love about Coraline is how directly it presents the cost of being manipulated. The cost of sensing that something is wrong and then still buying into whatever lie is being sold. You might get what you want, but things will crumble around you. You'll be forced to do something you're against, and eventually you will figuratively be eaten and discarded as the manipulator grows stronger. I think manipulation is just such an interesting tool to play with when creating villains. It can be done in so many unique ways, but what's so great about this archetype of characters is the way it can be beautifully used in every single story or in combination with so many other tropes to be effective. At the core of every story or of every hero's journey is desire. Madoka desires to help people, Inuyasha desires to be accepted, Silco and Jinx desire for family, Dipper desires to learn the secrets of Gravity Falls, and Denji desires to live a normal life. And the thing about life is that everyone wants something, and eventually, they're going to want more. It's one of the most basic human instincts, and these characters, this archetype as a whole, exist to prey on them. It's why Monsters Under the Bed is such a universal concept. Everyone can understand the fear of the dark. It's something that we all understand at the core of who we are, and manipulation is the same thing, and because of that, it consistently makes for some of the most compelling story structures that we can create. And that is why I love manipulative villains. I want to take a moment to thank you all so much for watching this video, and until next time, I hope you all stay excellent.
What can change the nature of a man?
I'd like you to imagine that the current month and year is December 1999. Both the holiday season and Y2K are upon us. Before the world ends in nuclear war, you figure you might as well find one great game you can play before you explode like Sarah Connor does during the Terminator 2 dream sequence. Maybe you gift this particular game to yourself, or you ask a loved one for it. Regardless, there are numerous legendary games to choose from. Pokemon Gold and Silver, Dino Crisis, System Shock 2, Silent Hill 1, Crash Team Racing, or maybe the most emotionally invigorating game made in the pre-2000s era, Pepsi Man. You look at all these games on the store shelves, wondering which one would provide you with the best experience, and out of the corner of your eye, you see a blue face staring you down. Planescape Torment? What is that? Unable to glean anything about the game just by looking at the blue face, you likely picked up Pokemon and called it a millennium. I say you would have likely done that because in the first few months of Planescape's release, only 73,000 copies were sold. In its retail lifetime, it is estimated that Planescape Torment sold only 400,000 copies. It's hard to say that picking up Pokemon or any of the other games instead of Planescape Torment was a bad decision. Virtually all of them were of such great quality that they served as archetypes for imitation for decades to come. It must be said, though, that all these games have aspects that were surpassed in quality by sequels, spiritual successors, or even games that came before. But for Planescape Torment, I would argue that it has one quality that has yet to be surpassed 23 years later. Its philosophy. While many games, like Deus Ex or Fallout New Vegas, have wonderful philosophical narratives, often woven by player choice, their philosophical elements are one of many equally important cogs working together. In regards to Planescape Torment, the philosophy is the cog. It forms the foundation of every aspect of this game. When you choose a faction, when you recruit a new party member, when you speak to a random person in the street, at every moment, Planescape Torment invites the player to consult with their own philosophical outlook. This kind of philosophical self-examination isn't the type of thing you tend to see in more popular RPGs, like the ones made by Bethesda, BioWare, or the Witcher games, even though those games are legendary and have worthwhile philosophical elements. With Planescape Torment, the philosophy goes into the realm of the academic, and I mean that technically. Each of the characters and factions in this game are fictional representations of various real-world philosophies, including pessimism, nihilism, Epicureanism, just to name a few. And as you interact with them, you learn more about them than, honestly, you would in a philosophy class. But most importantly, by interacting with them, you also learn more about who you are, your moral outlook, why you act the way that you do, why you should or shouldn't change your nature, and the biggest conundrum of all, if you even can change your nature. I will be providing a spoiler-free analysis of this game's philosophy, save for the very last section of the video where there will be spoilers. But before I do that, I need to make a confession. As most of my regular followers know, my primary goal online is to spotlight the most profound forms of media that I can find, with the majority of my attention being given to the medium of video games. For years, people have told me that Planescape Torment was one of the primary examples of a profound game. People particularly made this opinion known when I did my top 10 lists of the most profound games and gaming moments, when I didn't mention Planescape in any capacity. I will admit, I ignored the game for the longest time due to certain prejudices. I don't like top-down views in games. I don't like Planescape's style of point-and-click movement and combat, on and on and on. Like most prejudices, they impeded me from seeing something of great value. Now that I have played Planescape Torment, I can confidently say that the game deserves a place on both top 10 lists, maybe meriting a place in each of the top 5. I'm not ready to say where, however. That will be a discussion saved for another time. What I will say is that while it might not be the most profound game or have the most profound moment, it is without a doubt the most philosophical game ever made. And now I am going to explain why. Let's begin with a little bit of background on the lore. The world of Planescape originated as a part of the Dungeons & Dragons brand. It's one of many campaign settings that stand alongside the likes of Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights, Icewind Dale, Ravenloft, and more. There are a few important factors that separate Planescape from those other settings, however. The most basic factor is that where those other campaigns only focus on one small segment of the D&D universe, the Planescape setting incorporates the whole universe, one that houses 5 primary planes of existence, or rather 5 categories of planes. Unlike the Planescape tabletop setting, where you can theoretically travel to all 5 planes, the Planescape Torment video game only focuses on the outer planes, and even with that, it only deals with a few specific areas. Now, when I said that philosophy forms every aspect of the game's foundation, I didn't just mean that metaphorically. I also meant that physically. The outer planes, for all intents and purposes, are the heavens, hells, and purgatories one might go to when they die. These afterlives are the physical product of all the philosophies, religions, faiths, moral systems, everything that living beings believe in strongly throughout the universe. In other words, the highest heaven, Elysium, exists because so many people in the universe believe it exists. Now, the afterlife you go to depends on your character alignment, which is predicated on 5 elements. Are you chaotic or lawful, good, evil, or neutral? So for example, if your alignment is lawful evil, you will go to a structured hell like Bator. If your alignment is chaotic good, you go to a heaven like Arborea. And if you're a lawful neutral, you'll go to Mechanus. All these planes exist as a part of what is known as the Great Wheel cosmology. These 16 afterlives revolve around a neutral center called the Outlands, which houses a spire that jets
Hold
out
on, they're talking.
infinitely
Should
into
I
the
just join?
cosmos. At the top
So
of
we
that
can, like,
spire
actually-
is the second majority of Planescape Torment, Sigil, or Sigil. Sigil is virtually the center of the Planescape multiverse, and there are several
I wish you could, like,
consequences
just
for this.
do normal
First,
emotes in this
it is
fucking
home
game.
to the greatest variety of creatures and philosophies from all the different planes. While this does cause a great deal of strife, it also isn't completely unlikely to see two different creatures in a place like, say, the brothel of slating intellectual lusts, engaging in friendly philosophical debate. The game starts within Sigil at a giant mortuary. You
Just
play a
loading on my
character
backup
referred
saver,
to
basically.
as the Nameless One. This is because he wakes up in the mortuary without any memory of who he is or where he came from. Immediately, a floating skull named Mort approaches him, telling the Nameless One that there are instructions written on his back. The instructions say that if the Nameless One should forget who he is upon waking up, he should seek out a man named Ferret, who will set him on the path towards recovering his identity. From this point on, the Nameless One and the party members he recruits will encounter many obstacles in the form of monsters and puzzles. But the greatest obstacle of all will be reconciling the person the Nameless One is now with the person he was before he lost his memory. Being in a cosmopolitan area like Sigil, a melting pot of differing philosophies was bound to have an effect on the Nameless One, and depending on what order they are encountered in, they may drastically change the Nameless One from who he was, for better and for worse. We'll get to the effects of these encounters in a few minutes, but I think now it's worthwhile presenting those philosophies and how the Nameless One contends with them. There are 15 factions that exist within Sigil. Their ideological alignments are based on real-life philosophical concepts, like I said before. But those systems are molded to fit the same 5-factor basis that one's character alignment is based on. For example, one of the first factions that you encounter early on are the Dustmen. They believe that the cycle of life and death is undesirable. This is because life is painful, and death is illusory because, well, the Outer Planes prove that there is an afterlife. The Dustmen would prefer to transcend both concepts and achieve a state of quote-unquote true death, literal non-existence. This philosophy closely mirrors that of Arthur Schopenhauer, whose outlook on life was kind of like a pessimistic Buddhism. Now the question is how this faction would be classified using the 5-factor basis. This is where a lot of the fun I had came from while playing Planescape. There's no objective answer regarding how a faction would align, even with factions that seem like open and shut cases. Even a chaotic evil faction like the Zausatex will have those that believe it is good. So whether you play the game on your own or play the tabletop version with friends, you engage in civil dialectics to determine how a particular faction aligns and which one you would join. In regards to the Dustmen, I think they should be considered chaotic neutral, tending towards evil. They are chaotic because they reject the structures of life and death, but they are neutral because, depending on who you are, you might view life as something that we are tasked with transcending, like a Buddhist, or you might view life as a cruel mistake, like Schopenhauer. Or maybe you teeter between the both of them depending on your current state. I say that the Dustmen lean towards evil because I think life is something we should embrace, but there will be some doomers who disagree. In the case of the Dustmen, you will encounter those who embrace their ideology, but then you will encounter someone like Sir the Skeptic who is struggling with the ideology, believing that maybe life isn't a cruel joke and true death isn't desirable. Throughout the game, there are numerous instances of acolytes and skeptics dealing with these varying philosophies, and the gamer can't help but feel compelled to examine the arguments and how they affect their allegiance. For myself, the faction I felt most closely aligned to was the Senses. They believe that enlightenment can be achieved by garnering the greatest amount of experiential knowledge one can, be it through direct experience or through magically charged stones that make you feel various positive and negative sensations. I feel the greatest sympathy for their worldview because their ethic is something I pursue every day, doing YouTube videos. I seek out a variety of profound experiences, and I do my best to elucidate their enlightening material. That said, just because this is the faction I feel most aligned to, doesn't mean it's the best or most moral. Maybe you will end up like the character Fall from Grace, who was once an evil succubus, but then transcended her nature to become a more enlightened being, doing all this through the Sensate's faction. But somebody else might have the same experiences and draw evil conclusions from them. In the worst case scenario, maybe all those sensations and the knowledge that is gleaned from them could drive a mortal to a Lovecraftian state of madness. Finally, as the character Sarosa points out, we can't always trust that the only type of knowledge one can glean comes from the senses. Even if that were true, our senses are as imperfect as every other aspect of us, so the knowledge we glean isn't always 100% foolproof. Still, out of all the options presented to me, it seems like the best path. Before I move on, I thought it might be interesting to ask all of you, what faction you think is the most immoral? I will leave a link to the faction bios in the description box. Leave a comment telling us which one you would join. Now granted, of the 15 factions in the game, you can only join 5. And even if you do, your allegiance doesn't drastically affect the story's direction. That said, there are other instances in the game where your approach to philosophy will determine whether you acquire certain benefits. For instance, there is one character named Dakon that you can potentially recruit to your party earlier on in the game. In order to do so, you have to make him question his philosophical outlook. For myself, recruiting Dakon was one of the most exciting moments in the game because winning him over didn't require picking obvious dialogue choices. Rather, it felt like I had to craft a philosophical argument on the fly. When you succeed in hiring him, you experience a deep feeling of moral pride, one that I only recall feeling twice in my gaming career. One was when I sacrificed my save data in Nier Automata, and the other was when I solved a really difficult puzzle in Portal 2. And this isn't the only moment. There are several other ones that occur throughout this game, but I don't want to spoil them for those who have never experienced Planescape. They are some of the deepest, most rewarding moments you will ever have playing a video game. The more philosophical encounters you have, the more you, and by extension the Nameless One, develop a keener sense of their own identity. While this has its positive implications, there is still the issue of reconciling the Nameless One you play as with the Nameless One we were before. This becomes even more difficult when we start to realize that when the Nameless One dies, he returns to life without any memory of what transpired before his false death. This means that there is likely more than one version of the Nameless One who existed prior to when we gained control of him. This isn't a spoiler, by the way. This is a reality that is hinted at very early on. The more we begin to learn about who the original Nameless One was, the more it contradicts our own sense of identity. Though we, at first, are inclined to believe that the original identity bears the most value and should be regained, the game encourages us to ponder whether or not this is true. This whole conundrum is a genius reinvention of the classic thought experiment posed by Plutarch, one called the Ship of Theseus. According to legend, Theseus was the founder of the city of Athens, and he had a legendary ship that he used to rescue children from King Minos. After many centuries, workers have done everything they can to preserve this ship to honor Theseus's memory, which inevitably means replacing various parts of the ship. The question is, if every part of the Ship of Theseus has been replaced, is it still the same ship? Applying this question to Planescape, if the Nameless One's memory and personality was taken away in death, Are we, the nameless one we play as, the same nameless one that came before? I'm inclined to think the answer is no. Most people's personalities are not commensurate with the original nameless one. Though, if you think the answer is yes, let me ask you this. What if that original nameless one did something so horrendous that you, playing as the nameless one, can never imagine doing something like that? This question becomes even more complicated when you consider who the true nameless one is. Is it really the original one? Are the sins of the original ours? These are questions that I've been pondering ever since the game posed them to me. At the moment, I'm trying to work out how you would define what one's true nature is. Should we do as Heraclitus suggested, and get rid of the notion that there is an original true version because people change from one moment to the next? Or is there something like a soul in each of us that never changes? A Gnostic divine spark, like what the Signer faction or the Godsmen faction believes? I'm not even going to pretend that I have the answers. All I wish to do by invoking these questions is show the numinous effect this game can have on your brain if you give yourself over to it completely. Of all the difficult questions this game poses, I still have yet to analyze the one question that this game is most famous for. Before I do, I will warn those who have never played Planescape that I'm about to spoil the Nameless One's original identity, as well as the ending of the game. I unfortunately have to do this in order to analyze the game's ultimate question. Please go to this point in the video if you don't want to be spoiled. You have been warned. Soon after the Nameless One escapes the mortuary, he finds Farid, the man he was told to find from the instructions written on his back. Farid tells the Nameless One to seek out a magical witch of sorts named Rabble Puzzlewell. After several hours of questing, we discover Rabble in a pocket dimension in the formation of a maze. She reveals that the first incarnation of the Nameless One came to her asking to make him immortal. This is because he, apparently, committed an act so atrocious that he would be doomed to an eternity in, likely, the worst version of hell. The Nameless One hoped that by becoming immortal, he would atone for whatever crime he committed, and thus change which afterlife he would be assigned to in death. She agreed, and accomplished this feat by removing the Nameless One's mortality from him in the form of a separate being. She tested to see if the ritual worked by killing the Nameless One. He thankfully revived after death, but what neither expected was for his memories to be lost upon revival. Now before this ritual was performed, Rabble obviously asked for a form of payment. But unlike most beings, the payment she desired wasn't some form of currency. Rather, the most precious thing to her were complicated riddles. The original Nameless One had to come up with a riddle that not only she hadn't heard, but one that was virtually impossible to answer. Somehow, the original Nameless One succeeded. When the Nameless One we play as meets up with Rabble once again, she reveals to us what that impossible riddle was.
What can change the nature of a man?
When she asks us this question, we are given a number of answers to choose from. Love, hatred, betrayal, suffering. In this moment, it doesn't matter which answer you give. After all, she doesn't know what the right answer is. She's only asking you because she just wants to hear what you have to say. But is there a right answer, though? The question is so broad and unspecific that trying to give the right answer is like trying to answer who the true Nameless One is. At first, I thought the true answer might be all of the above. But if that's the case, that wouldn't explain why Rabble had such a difficult time answering it. I suppose it depends on how you define nature. There are aspects of one's nature that inevitably change. As adults, we're more likely to feel like gratification than when we are children, for example. But then there are aspects of human nature that are unchanging, such as our inherent irrationality.
Man,
no matter how hard
it's
we
an
try to
MMO.
act rational, the spirit of irrationality will arise within us from time to time if the circumstances we face bear enough stress. Can anything change that aspect of human nature? Though it's hard to say that there is an objective answer
Making
to the
COD
question,
and
the
MMO
game,
would be the best
nonetheless,
thing for it.
provides its answer. It comes during the final confrontation with the game's main villain, the Transcendent One. This being was the mortality that Ravel separated from the Nameless One's body. He is transcendent because, unlike the Nameless One, who loses his memory each time he dies, the Transcendent One gains all of the memories of an incarnation when they die. This accumulation of knowledge allowed the Nameless One's mortality to attain a transcendent state. The Nameless One is here to either kill or reintegrate this being in order to stop the cycle of reincarnation. The Transcendent One does not want that. Before their final confrontation, the Nameless One poses Ravel's question to the Transcendent One. His response is that nothing can. Now that response is given some credibility, but with the knowledge gleaned from thousands of reincarnations. But despite this, the Nameless One retaliates with his own answer. Quote, "If there is anything I have learned in my travels across the plains, it is that many things can change the nature of a man. Whether regret, or love, or revenge, or fear, whatever you believe can change the nature of a man. Can. I've seen belief move cities, make men stave off death, and turn an evil's hag heart half-circle. This entire fortress has been constructed for belief. Once it made a man seek immortality and achieve it, and it has made a posturing spirit think it is something more than a part of me." The Transcendent One responds, "Defiance will hurt you more than any wound in this place. Belief cannot change the nature of a man." The Nameless One retorts, "I think it can. I think belief could even unmake me, if I believed it enough." The Transcendent One says, "You do not possess the force of will for such a thing." And the Nameless One replies, "So admit it's possible." With this exchange, I finally understood Ravel's struggle with this question. There are multiple potential answers, and with each of them, there are those who believe those answers are wrong.
Yes, Dazed and
At the
Confused is
root
one
of
of my
all
favorite
those
movies.
affirming and negating conclusions, however, is the matter of belief. Will. And it is the strongest will, the one that can bear any torment, that will make one's belief a reality, that will make a person truly transcendent. There is so much more to this game that deserves discussion. I could do a whole video discussing the other factions, ranking their philosophies in terms of moral credibility and their alignment. There's the structures of the different afterlives, the concept of the divine alphabet, the teachings of Zerthamon. The content in this game is so overwhelming and complicated that it makes the lore of Xenogears look like first grade math class. If you want to see videos on that sort of stuff, it all comes down to you guys. Give this video a like, leave a comment, share it on social media. All of that is free and easy to do, and it helps me out a lot. I once again have to give special thanks to Arcane. He is a patron of mine that greatly encouraged me to do a video on this game, engaging in several philosophical discussions about Planescape's characters and concepts. If you want to ensure the continued production of videos like this, please consider supporting me on Patreon or joining my YouTube members section. I will leave links to those in the description box. Thanks guys, and until next week, I want to remind you as always and as per usual, stay yellow.
Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you enjoy my videos, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me. Echopraxia is a book set in one of the most interesting sci-fi universes that I have covered on this channel. It is technically a sequel to Blind Sight, but it's not necessary that you read Blind Sight to understand Echopraxia. Echopraxia is set in the late 21st century, about 14 years after man's first contact with alien life. a life form they had never seen. In all that time, it had watched them silently, never revealing itself to the whole of humanity. After it was revealed that an intelligent alien presence was lurking, humanity was set into motion and united as they had never been before. Curiously enough, Earth didn't even know if it was in danger, or if it had even been threatened by the life forms. It seems humanity was driven initially by the simple threat to its own self-importance within the universe. The world had put its petty differences aside, spared no expense, thrown together the best damn shit the 21st century could muster. They crewed it with expendable bleeding edges, and sent them off along some best guess carrying a phrase book that spelled "Take me to your." The first book in the series details the events which occur on Theseus. I have already covered Blind Spot in 2 other videos, which you can find linked in the description. Like I said earlier, Peter Watts has crafted a very interesting universe here. It is a world where humans have reawakened an ancient, long-forgotten, intelligent predator, and essentially enslaved them. It is a world where a religious group known as the Bicameral Order, an unknown method involving the environment below and connecting to each other in a hive mind supercomputer, are able to come to fundamental knowledge about the nature of the universe. Their discoveries were far more accurate than those of traditional methods of science. As some of you may know, this is a book series with vampires and zombies, and intriguing science-based explanations for their existence. But echopraxia in particular brings up one of the most interesting concepts I've ever encountered in any science fiction story, and that is the concept of the digital universe, and God as a virus. Now, this is a concept that comes from the field of digital physics, which, keep in mind, it is based on the premise that the universe is pure mathematics at its base. Every event that occurs can be thought of as a kind of computation. This could mean that the universe is a simulation, but that is not necessary for it. The universe could itself be a giant computer. Physics would be its software, and matter its hardware. Every movement of an electron is a calculation of a vast supercomputer. In some models of the digital universe, matter itself is merely an instantation. The digital universe is a widely universe in which echopraxia takes place, and it sets the stage for one of the most interesting concepts in echopraxia. Everything's numbers go down far enough, don't you? You think there's anything but digital physics that reigned supreme since before he'd been born, and its dictums were as incontrovertible as they were absurd. Numbers didn't just describe reality, numbers were reality. Discrete steps substance. In the digital universe, God is not an chemical reaction, but a process, a kind of program, a master algorithm capable of defining the laws of physics. Emily discovered its existence by noticing the impossible events, violations of the laws of physics, miracles, star formation, photons doing things they're not supposed to, the meta rules changing over by the Cloverleaf Nebula. They vindicated the Smolin model or something. I don't know, it's beyond me, so you'd never get it in a million years. But they found something impossible, way down deep. I think more than one. That's what I said. Wait a second. It's frowned. If the laws of physics are part of some universal operating system, and God, by definition, breaks them, you're basically saying, don't stop now, Coach. You're almost there. You're basically saying God's a virus. The concept of God as a virus, a program within the universe capable of breaking the laws of physics as it sees fit, is a mind-blowing concept. But there is another eerie question that comes up. Is it a necessary program, or for a bug within the system. But it gets even more eerie than that. If you accept that God is a bug, then that would seem to indicate that the universe is not operating properly. Maybe reality is not reality. But that raises the question, what does the correct universe look like? Alter the fundamental code slightly, and perhaps the universe no longer supports life. And maybe it was never meant to. Maybe the Alpha's wrong. Maybe life's just a parasitic offshoot of a corrupted operating system. Humankind tends to be very anthropocentric. We tend to see ourselves as the center of the universe. But maybe life, human life at least, is a fluke. All of the many thousands of years of humanity's existence has been but a blip on the cosmic scale. It would be foolish to think that the universe was made for us. Echopraxia is a very good book, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of the incredible concepts that are touched on in this book. I'll be exploring more of the concepts in this video. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay tuned. By the way, guys, if you saw my community post, I know I said I was going to have a really long video out that is still coming in the next few days, but I decided to put this one out first, mainly because I'm not done working on the longer one. But I just thought I'd let you guys know for those of you that were wondering about it. Peace.
Well, well, well. It looks like I was right all along. People used to call me crazy, say I was fresh out of the loony bin for one of my takes, but now the shoe's on the other foot. Just like Isaac Newton when he was ridiculed for proposing gravity, I too was vilified and called stupid because of my take about AI overtaking YouTuber personalities in a pretty short period of time. Allow me to explain. AI technology is evolving faster than I think anyone could have possibly predicted, and I speculated that it wouldn't be long before it starts to encroach upon creative spaces like influencer, YouTuber, creator type shit. And people said that that wouldn't happen for a long time, if ever, because you can't replicate a personality. No one wants to watch an AI try and be entertaining. And I said, listen here, Buster, you're wrong. Not wrong about the fact that no one wants to watch, you know, Plankton's wife, a computer, try and make jokes, but wrong about the fact that it won't be able to replicate a personality. It's already been able to do that to a certain extent, even while it's still so new in this program. Eventually down the line, people wouldn't be able to tell if the content was a real person, organic flush and cringe, or machine behind the content. And we're just now starting to see that happen with a 15 million subscriber channel called Quebblecop. A name a lot of you might know if you were ever like 6 years old on YouTube, because his channel was massive for a long time. And then he did a hard pivot into AI. He wanted everything to be AI, and now he's completely digitized himself. He's jacked Quebblecop into the cyberspace, and now all he does is AI-related work. And now he's just started releasing his first wave of fully AI-driven YouTube videos where he doesn't do anything at all. It's all AI behind the wheel.
Except for
do
the
you
gameplay.
Remember about...
You guys aren't...
probably like 6 or 8 months ago now. We were talking about Quebblecop.
Sword Art Online.
He was once
Gun
a
Gale.
massive channel.
I want to get
pumping out
Fatal
tons
Bullet,
of,
but I
like,
don't have
let's play
Fatal
videos
Bullet
for
right now,
Minecraft,
so I'm
GTA and all of that. And then he made a
compensating.
hard pivot into AI. Just going full cannonball into the deep end of the pool of AI. In particular, AI-generated content. So he made a separate channel for a VTuber called Blue, or something like that. I think it was Blue. And it was kind of an experiment. That's when he was just first getting a little wet with it. So he had the water wingies on. It was a VTuber, but they still made the content. There was still someone behind it. But he wanted to go even harder. What he envisioned for a perfect world was all AI-generated content. And I said, we're probably not far off from that being a reality. And you guys called me crazy. You said, Charles, go back to your padded cell. You're speaking nonsense. You're speaking gobbledygook. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And now, 2 days ago, he's released his first AI video. All of the money he invested into it, all of the money that he's used on the startup, he is now putting into full effect. I think he owns like 20 channels as well, and he wants to make all of them basically AI-centric. So that way it's all made by AI, so it's as minimal as possible for maximum content.
Not AI, by
the views aren't big or
us.
anything, but you have to
I say
remember...
us, I do mean us.
This probably didn't even have him in the same room. Someone had to have played Minecraft, sure, but here, let me... He is not here, this is all AI.
Yeah, that's not my video. I don't have anything else.
So everything that's being said here, the VTuber avatar, the fucking Bitmoji of him, and all of the dialogue and everything is AI. So he never even had to record. They just needed some kind of gameplay. At least for now. Eventually they'll probably be able to just have the AI do some rudimentary gameplay. And he can just pump these things out endlessly across like 20 channels. And his Twitter as well. You might have seen Robocop replying to a bunch of tweets recently. His Twitter is run entirely by AI. I think. I don't think he has any human input left on it. He even stated that this Twitter will be AI from now on. So I'm pretty sure it's all AI. I'm not positive, but I do know he was experimenting.
Okay, so thermals.
Yeah, the description of his Twitter is AI influencer / yeah, all of his tweets are ruled by AI, so his most recent one is, please be nice to Quebblecop AI. AI might rule our planet one day. Everything you say could be used against you.
There's faith.
If you thought Quebblecop AI was cool, wait till you see what's next. The reason's pretty obvious. It's because it's extremely cheap, it's extremely easy once you have it all set up. All he needs to do is just have some gameplay, and then he can just have his AI VTuber do the rest. And he can do that for all of the 20 channels he has. No one wants to watch that shit. No, you're right. Everyone hates it. Nobody likes it. But it will come to a point where you won't know it's AI generated. Right now, it's very clear, and he's heavily like letting people know that it's all AI. But there will come a point where you won't know that what you're watching is AI. Especially not a child. No kid's gonna know that. Isn't bot content already against YouTube TOS? I don't know if it's against their terms, but this isn't new. Bot content's been around as long as Finger Family, so at least 8 years. This isn't a new phenomenon. What's new is the fact that AI can start replacing YouTubers entirely. Scary shit. It is. There is not a single good argument you can make for having AI replacing YouTubers, or anything like that. The literal only motivating factor is easy money. You would then no longer have to do anything. That is the only reason. There's not a single argument Quebblecop can make that is anything other than it's free money. I want to go over some of his tweets here, because this is something he's extremely proud of and thinks is a good thing, which I don't understand the delusion of. There is nothing good about replacing people with AI across the board. There isn't. There's not a single argument that can be made that what Quebblecop is doing is good. It's only good for him because he can make a lot of money off of it without ever doing anything at all, besides just being the one who owns the program. So here's one of his tweets about the AI video, just to give you a little insight. He didn't lift a finger, something that he proudly proclaimed. It is fully completed work without him ever actually being present for it. And he's going to make money off of it. It's of course not as successful as the videos where he actually does appear, but if you can just crank 20 of these puppies out every day, it's going to add up and probably end up being more lucrative, and significantly less work, obviously, than if it was him behind the camera. Even just speaking about this just made my lights flicker because it's such a fucking evil dystopian concept. To have all of humanity replaced by AI counterparts that replicate their personality. And it's something that he seems very excited about for some reason, and I just don't get it. Now, him being the saint that he is, actually wants to give this to everybody for the price of $100 per month. A $100
or in my case,
subscription
free.
plan in order to make unlimited choice and unlimited long-form content text-to-viral video. So he wants to give you the keys to the kingdom here, where you too can make completely uninspired, generic, formulaic AI content in order to try and gamify and maximize your gains online. Where you just type in a viral video prompt and it will create everything without you doing anything. I don't know why he thinks this is something to be happy about. Again, this is purely just profit-driven greed. There is nothing good that can come from AI-produced content. It's not even good content or anything. All it will ever be is just deceptive bloat on platforms. But
Wait, how do I
looking
even
to
do
try
the
and really maximize
ground?
this and pump out as much as possible and allow other people to pump out as much as possible, as long as they're paying him for it.
I didn't really get to
Like I said on
read
stream,
it.
I'm pretty sure his Twitter is fully AI run by like ChatGPT or something like that for his posts. But let's assume for a second,
send the
suspend
clips
disbelief, and assume that that first tweet is actually from the
Not
real
the algorithm.
Quebblecop, the one that was born into this world into a human body. I can't believe how distorted and delusional he's become. I love how so many people immediately shoot down the idea of AI influencers before even giving it a chance. What exactly is the problem here? Why are people so against it? Would love to better understand things. I can easily explain that to you. Because there's no real soul behind AI content, and it's only ever going to be deceptive into making people believe that it's a real person there. But it's mimicking a personality. It's not having a personality. The content will never be good content. It is just cheap content whose sole reason for existence is because it'll make it easier than actually making shit. Just have the AI do it all for you. That's not a good thing. That's not something we should be happy about. So someone replied saying, it's just human connection, to be honest. No one really cares about AI. We like people for personalities and natural story. AI ain't natural. I'm not saying it won't work, but I ain't gonna say to my friends, my favorite YouTuber is Quebblecop AI, but good luck. And then he responds saying, and what if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? If you don't mind me asking, who's your favorite influencer right now? I'm certain that it can be AI generated and you'd still care
From
about
the
the
algorithm
content.
I get.
You're immediately highlighting a problem here, and I can't believe that he doesn't recognize this. What if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? That's called misleading people, and that's shitty. You're lying to them by pretending that it's a real person behind it. The content will never be the same. You can mimic a personality to a certain extent, I guess, but it's still going to be worse for it. There's nothing good about that. What benefit is there to having an AI pretend to be a person? There isn't. It's just for the sake of being easier than actually making the shit with the person. You could have the AI do it in a matter of minutes, as opposed to having someone sit down, edit it, you know, be entertaining or whatever. It's just for the sake of making money. There's nothing good about it. But that's not how Quebblecop sees it. To him, this is his paradise. So he talks about how it's been a challenging journey, and he's excited for it, believing that 99.9% of influencers will be AI generated within the next 10 years. What really sucks is I think he's probably right. I believe a lot of big channels like his aren't really making content because they enjoy doing it, it's because it is a paycheck job. And anything that can make that job easier or even more lucrative, I think a lot of people will jump on. And Quebblecop's making a use case right now where even if like the views are low, the fact that he doesn't have to lift a finger to make the content and to make a ton of it is probably worth it to a lot of other channels as well, because they'll still be making money off it. None of the work at all. And it's just, it's the sad reality of what could come down the line with AI here. And it's not just YouTubers and shit that AI could take the jobs of in the creative space, it's pretty much everything. But this is one that a lot of people thought I was very wrong on, thinking that it would be a safe, you know, bastion of creative expression and freedom, and it wouldn't be threatened with AI, when I always thought that it probably would, and it seems like it will, should this continue to just get better and more sophisticated, which sucks. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.
The Aztec Gods, because history nerds. Have you ever wondered how powerful the Aztec gods are? And can the Mexican gods of old defeat the current god of Mexico, Son Goku? Now, according to my script here, I need to make a couple of disclaimers before I start, but guess what? That's too long. I'll leave all my dumb disclaimers in the description. Not like anyone cares anyways. Let's just start already. First, story time. In the beginning, there was only a couple, husband and wife. Their names change depending on the source, but for this video, I have decided to go with Huehuetiotl for the husband and Itzpapalotl for the wife. This couple one day, for no apparent reason, decides to have children, and they first create 4 gods: Zipetotec, Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, and Quetzalcoatl. After these 4 children are born, Itzpapalotl and her husband then create the Mimixcoa, the 400 brothers. Once all the gods have been born, Quetzalcoatl and Huitzilopochtli are tasked with making the rest of creation. Quetzalcoatl then by himself creates the Omeyocan. This is the Aztec heaven. It is comprised of 13 layers. The highest layer is called Tamoanchan, and that is where Itzpapalotl and her husband live. The rest of the gods, by the way, can only go as high as the 8th layer. With with heaven made, Quetzalcoatl and Huitzilopochtli create the primeval waters, and in them they spawn a giant crocodile monster called Zipacli. It is from this creature that the earth is then formed, and once the earth is made, Quetzalcoatl creates Mictlan, which is the Aztec underworld, and it is comprised of 9 layers. Once all of this has been made, there is only one thing left: to make the sun. The problem is that both Quetzalcoatl and his brother Zipetotec have both decided that they should become the sun, and so a battle of the gods begins. Every time one of them rises into the sky to become the sun, the other one knocks him out of the sky, and every time this happens, it is considered a new cycle. After 4 cycles, the rest of the Aztec gods decide that this is stupid, and instead they are going to elect who becomes the sun by voting. Now, there are some shenanigans in this part of the story too, but I do want to get to the power levels, so skipping a bunch of stuff, the one who ends up becoming the sun is Huitzilopochtli. As the sun, Huitzilopochtli ascends above Tamoanchan, and then he just stays there without moving. Quetzalcoatl then tries to hit him with some spears so that he gets moving, but Huitzilopochtli is so high that the attacks cannot reach him. Huitzilopochtli then explains that the reason why he's not moving is because he does not have enough energy to move. And so, almost all of the Aztec gods decide to sacrifice themselves to empower Huitzilopochtli. The only ones who remain alive are Itzpapalotl, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl, and Zipetotec. Every other god is now one with Huitzilopochtli, but turns out that even this is not enough, and Quetzalcoatl has to blow some air to give Huitzilopochtli the last push he needs, and then Huitzilopochtli finally starts moving. Once creation has been established, Quetzalcoatl and Zipetotec descend to Earth and create 2 tribes of humans. Then one day Itzpapalotl descends to Earth in the form of a 2-headed deer. Zipetotec then finds her and captures her. It is said that by physically being in contact with the deer, Zipetotec was invincible. The followers of Zipetotec then desire the deer and declare war against their own maker. During this conflict, the deer, aka Itzpapalotl, she kills Zipetotec and eats his heart, but then she also dies. With her death, Huitzilopochtli descends to Earth, kills the followers of Zipetotec, and eats their hearts. He also eats the heart of Itzpapalotl, and by eating their hearts, he ends their power, and after Itzpapalotl dies, Quetzalcoatl creates time. Fast forward 52 years later, and Quetzalcoatl and his followers have been living all this time in a city called Tolan, which is basically a paradise. But turns out that spending all this time on Earth has turned Quetzalcoatl into a bit of a softie. He has grown too fond of humanity, and told his followers to not perform any human sacrifices for the gods and sacrifice animals instead. Tezcatlipoca eventually has enough of this and comes to Earth to get rid of Quetzalcoatl, and the way he does that is by getting Quetzalcoatl drunk. Once inebriated, Quetzalcoatl calls his sister, and the 2 of them get even more wasted. And then Quetzalcoatl does something bad. Once Quetzalcoatl sobers up and discovers what he has done, he gets so embarrassed, he leaves Tolan and goes to a place called Tlapalan. Once there, he burns himself. Then he ascends into space and becomes a star. Well, actually he becomes the planet Venus, but the Aztecs thought that Venus was a star. Now, no doubt you are probably wondering, what did Quetzalcoatl do? Online, other people and other websites will tell you that what Quetzalcoatl did was sleeping with his sister. That certainly makes sense, but in all my reading for this video, I could not find a single line of text from a valid source that confirms this. So because I don't have proof for it, I cannot claim it. With the death of Quetzalcoatl, it is then prophesied that one day, the 5th cycle, the one we are currently in, this cycle will end. It will end with famines and earthquakes, and then Quetzalcoatl is expected to return. His advent will presumably usher a 6th and final cycle, in which the entire world will become a second Tolan, and we will live in paradise forever. And that's it, that's our story. Now let's talk power levels. First, let's cover the one power they all share. All Aztec gods have the ability to change others or themselves into anything they want, but this is the only ability they all share. The Aztec gods are lacking in the hacks department. Alright, now let's get specific. We are only going to power scale Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, and Quetzalcoatl, and we're going to start with Huitzilopochtli first. So, Huitzilopochtli was born from a ball of feathers. Itzpapalotl finds the ball of feathers one day, she then puts it inside of her belly, and that's how Huitzilopochtli is born. It is said that he was born fully armed for combat, but he was born as a skeleton. According to legend, it took him 600 years to grow his skin. Huitzilopochtli was considered the youngest and weakest of the gods. Weakest before he became the sun, that is. But even when he was supposedly weak, he was still helping Quetzalcoatl create the primeval waters, the monster Zipacli, and he created the concept of war. And that's when he's supposedly weak. He then becomes the sun, which makes him minimum star level, but perhaps more powerful because as the sun, his light illuminates the entirety of Aztec creation, and that is before he absorbs the other Aztec gods. Once he does that, Huitzilopochtli should be ridiculous. The Mimic's Koa alone, at the lowest interpretation, should be 400 stars. So Huitzilopochtli minimum should be 400 times more powerful than the sun. But each of the 400 brothers was definitely more powerful than a regular star, because at the same time Huitzilopochtli became the sun, another god became the moon, and originally the moon was as bright as the sun. So one of the 400 brothers, a god called Papastak, he grabs a rabbit and whacks the moon with it, and that makes the moon less bright. Papastak is reducing the power of the moon significantly, and Papastak is not special. He is just one of the 400 brothers, and all of the 400 brothers are one with Huitzilopochtli. But what's even more important than the 400 brothers, Huitzilopochtli has inside of him the powers of both Itzpapalotl and Huehueteotl. We are talking about the two gods that had enough power to create every other Aztec god, including the Mimic's Koa, the 400 brothers. So really, saying Huitzilopochtli's power is only 400 times that of a star is actually a hilarious downplay. Keep in mind, Itzpapalotl was so powerful that just being physically close to her was enough to supposedly make you invincible, and that is the kind of power that is inside of Huitzilopochtli now. And while the invincibility thing could be dismissed as an exaggeration, it is kinda supported by the fact that it is said no one can rival Huitzilopochtli in combat. As for equipment, Huitzilopochtli was born with two weapons. First, a type of shield called a chimali. Huitzilopochtli's chimali was called tehuehueli. The shield is not said to have any supernatural abilities, but it is said he shakes the planet when he puts it on. Then again, he can shake the planet when he's doing other things, so the planet quaking power does not come from the shield. His second weapon you will find more interesting. It was a device called an atlatl. An atlatl is like a stick that helps you throw spears better. Huitzilopochtli's atlatl was called Siuquatl. It was said to be blue in color, and it could transform into a fire serpent. Now, in some versions of the story, instead of killing the followers of Sipetotec, Huitzilopochtli instead kills the Mimic's Koa, the 400 brothers, which means that his weapon is capable of effortlessly one-shotting star-level beings. Another lesser but still impressive feat is the fact that Huitzilopochtli temporarily petrifies Quetzalcoatl. Now some minor trivia and we're done with him. The sun you see in the sky today was believed to not actually be Huitzilopochtli, but instead a reflection of the god. It was believed Huitzilopochtli was the one who invented bows and arrows, and he was supposed to be left-handed. And that's it for Huitzilopochtli. Now let's move on to Tezcatlipoca. Right off the bat, Tezcatlipoca was said to be more powerful than his brothers Xipetotec, Quetzalcoatl, and Huitzilopochtli. Tezcatlipoca was believed to be invisible, untouchable, all-knowing, and omnipresent. Because of this, the Aztecs gave him the title Tloque Nahuaque, which gets translated as the ever-present and ever-near. In addition, he is said to be the most powerful god, period. He was so strong, he could make Huitzilopochtli dance on his hand. It was also believed that Tezcatlipoca was the true source of everything, both the good and the bad things. And he was said to be the heart of heaven, or to rephrase, the heart of the sky. So great was his power that the Aztecs gave him the title Moyocoya, which means self-maker. And he was given this title because allegedly he could do anything. He was omnipotent. Lastly, for Tezcatlipoca, he has killed that supposedly infinite amount of human beings twice, and it is said he can hold the planet on his arms. Now let's move on to the next and last god for this video. Let's finally talk about Quetzalcoatl. Let me start with this. I may have saved him for last, but not because he's the strongest. Both Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca are more powerful than Quetzalcoatl. I left Quetzalcoatl last simply because he's the most popular. However, unlike with Kukulkan, this time I do have some juicy stuff for you. First of all, Quetzalcoatl created time, so one could argue he has time powers. More impressive than this, Quetzalcoatl has enough power to make some crazy things. Consider the 13 layers of heaven, the 9 layers of the underworld, and better yet, the monster Zipacli. Making this creature is impressive because it was Quetzalcoatl along with his 3 other brothers.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Sam, what's up?
What's up? How's it going?
It's going.
Down to play?
What you playing right now?
I am currently about to head into DMZ. DMZ.
Oh, nice.
My bad for the echo. Let me fix everything real quick. Nice, I'm down.
Are you down?
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, since it's on rotation, it's gonna be random as hell.
Yeah. Up at Chica Island.
Yeah, I like Ashika Island as well.
Same. That's where I've been getting my wins on.
I feel like it's the one I played the most. Okay. Sup, John? How's it going? Shit, how are you, my guy? Nice. Uh, honestly, just working and doing streaming and other project stuff. Working on new music as well, so just kind of same shit. Yeah, I'm already like spawning in and out constantly. In Harrisburg. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I still come in Carlisle like damn near daily for work. Nah, not yet. I'm gonna get there though. It doesn't look like we have a third. But, oh, okay. Yeah. He's on the roof, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the building.
Got one.
Nice. You have a mortar.
Nice.
Well, no, it's a mortar like directly on me. I mean, maybe in between. A loaded goat. Fuck. Yeah, he ran in the building. He rushed me. Cause I was thinking about just running towards the car, and, like driving out there, like in between the brakes of the mortar. He was in building. It's probably definitely changed because he ran right out the building. Okay, I'm gonna place a precision on you just in case he's near you. There's no. Well, do you have a heartbeat sensor? I found a snapshot. Yeah, I'm kind of finding. There's one spawning on the roof near me. I'm just gonna try to get over you. What's the PRD? Yeah, I got you. Nice, I have a class like that as well, but just haven't made it for Warzone because I don't really play Warzone. Yeah, I either play multiplayer or I DMZ now.
I play DMZ occasionally, just getting into this.
Yeah.
Looks so badass.
I can drop some for you.
Requesting fire mission. Target mark.
Large caliber rounds here.
His teammates dropping in. Shields broke. They're on that building. The bounty is it's like south of that, close to southeast, like southeast 150. I have to change the opacity on that overlay. Oh shit, okay. Direct push mechanic, that's nice. I didn't know that was a thing yet. Yeah, he was to your right. He's towards the storm and the bounty circle. I'm dropping on you now. Yeah, there's just also a sniper over there. Your D-pad is pings, by the way.
Over there.
Alright, I'm coming back up to the roof now. I was just trying to get a sniper.
Come back out.
Here, let's try to get a loadout. Because we have storm encroaching on us and we don't have a gas mask. Is that a hacked drone? Oh, we have players that's scouting. I have armor for you. Shit, never mind. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah. Like, what's the map set? Like, is the map set to Vondel right now? It's set to Sheikah. Okay. Sounds good.
I think I invited you. Yeah.
Like I'm in your game.
I'm not using Xbox.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
No smoke weed.
Yeah. Sure. probably why the P90 is my most killed gun. It's my yeah, it's just cast staff is metas. So no, you just have to be within a certain range, and instead of just shooting both at once, like just have pedal control. It's funny how we got Izzy and Snoop. Okay, I like that effect that they have. Well, let's just drop at the port. Yeah. Use pings as like a confirmation or like a target location.
Into safety right click, into safety right click, into safety right click, into safety. Sam, you should get the Snoop Dogg, you should get Snoop Dogg.
I'm not sure if it's mine, but yeah. I probably should have pinged that. That was my bad. Catacombs, alright, I'm coming down to it now. I have to die. He's dead. Now I'm dead. And I died by fall damage. Yeah. I'll try not to. He's coming down. Thanks. Much appreciated. Should I take his tags? Oh good, I took them. Alright. We have our own battle to deal with, man. They're trying to trap us down here by the zip line. I knew that's where we were gonna have to go. Let's head to castle. Might be the fastest way. I'm just not sure. If I can play her out of it. Oh no, you're good. It's Snoop that's pinging. He's down in the catacombs. I'll be down there in a second. Nice. I haven't played a Sheikah in a fucking long time. Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw it more as like a stepping stone, like ground com, like ground concept thing for them. Like once they started adding more maps, it was kind of fun. Yeah, I started playing core in this game for some reason instead of just sticking with my 24/7 hardcore shipment. Nothing else. Yeah, I can't do that shit anymore either, bro. I have it still as well. I only play zombies. Alright, I'm gonna try to when you're dropping, head to where's basically where our teammates are. Yeah. Get baited, fucker. No, we didn't. You're good. Oh shit, my bad. I wanna get your res. I should be able to, yeah. Temporary. I kind of wanna. Nah, I'll just wait for the storm to close. Further. Shit. My bad. Yeah. Vandal. I'm down for party chat. Oh, like, are we doing game chat or party chat? Switch the game. Still a connection, right? It makes no sense. I thought the servers were okay. And there we go. Fuck it. It's DMZ. We can take time to smoke in DMZ. And smoke in DMZ. With a gas mask. So press your button to your map, and it'll be on the left. Fucking stick drift. I do have charge. I should have enough charge though, so I can probably charge it. Change it, not charge it. Come to you now. Yeah, I got it. Yo. You can sell them. And there's also like higher tier rewards. So we have a car pulling up to the front. Buck lights. Wait, and a what? Oh, and toolbox. Okay, but what if your phone like kind of is your toolbox? Yeah, why not?
Back in the fight!
Just till we get 4. That's what I'm trying to figure out, honestly. I don't fucking know. I'm not sure if, like, the dude that we, like, res fucking betrayed, or, like, we just straight up got jumped, so I just went stabby stab. Just to be safe. Dude, I'm not sure who it was. Someone started shooting, so I... Let's get this intel. I have stronghold key card, by the way. Just picked one up. Why is the upload at the... is the stronghold. We have a person. It's just a bot. Sad. Yeah, I have him, I have him. Anything else or intel? Yeah. It's completely locked off of this is awesome. Alright, we have like group of 7 or 8, like right in this building. But it requires contact. I mean contract. Fuck's the contract? Nah, we can do whatever, honestly. We have contracts, so we do some target practice, or we can exfil. Alright, let's do it. You can get this UAV tower as well. Seems like a DDoS. Because I can't use my heartbeat sensor. But then again, there's the UAV tower that kind of was active. I have one. Let's find a buy station. Shit. They are pretty heavily armed. Fucking hate this. Yeah, whatever keys that you pick up, just keep for yourself. For like the end, like unless we, like, you know, want to like go specifically get it, like that drop, like that run.
Stay with me.
Shit, we have precision. It finally happened. Finally broke it. Maybe temp. It's high noon. I don't think that's good, but okay.
System. Shit. Oh, well, that's probably why. I'm standing at like 16.